Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to JudoFest, the world's first ever online judo festival. My name is Jack Willingham, and it is my absolute pleasure to be here with you throughout the day, live in the dojo from which all the magic of JudoFest will be coming to you from. We've got an incredible day lined up for you today, and it all culminates with the first ever Judo Awards. You, the Judo family, have been voting for the last 2 weeks for your coaching achievement, your rising star, your male, your female, and the best Ippon from the 2019 and 2020 seasons. I can't wait to see who comes out on top. But before that, there's so much to get through. 4 judo legends will be gathering to discuss not only their careers, but more importantly, the future of our sport, where judo is headed. We're going to have a fascinating discussion about the coronavirus pandemic and how it's impacted judo, but how so many of us have adapted to survive. We've got a fabulous rules Q&A coming up. You've been sending in all your questions for Daniel Lascau and Neil Adams, and right here in the dojo, they'll be standing on this very mat to go through all your questions and try and answer as many as they can. We'll also be meeting 4 incredible people who use judo for the power of good. They travel the world, bringing judo to places it might not otherwise reach. So that is sure to be inspirational. So, throughout the whole day, we want to hear from you, our fans. On Instagram, we're at Judo Gallery. On Facebook and Twitter, we're at Judo. So please use the hashtag JudoFest to get in touch and tell us if you're enjoying JudoFest. So, I don't think I should keep you any longer. I think it is about time that we got started with JudoFest 2020. Welcome to the first panel of JudoFest 2020, and today we are talking about the Olympic Games, Judoka heading to the Olympics. It's my absolute pleasure to be joined by 3 incredible athletes. First up, we are joined by Linda Kelmendi from Kosovo, the 2013 World Champion, the 2014 World Champion, and she became her nation's first ever Olympic champion in Rio de Janeiro in 2016. Historic moment for her and her nation. We are also joined by Peter Palchik. He's the current world #1 at -100 kilograms. From Israel, he is the man on form in the category. Going into 2021, he's looking set for a brilliant performance at the Olympic Games, which will be his first Olympics. And finally, we're joined by Marty Malloy from the United States of America. Marty is a world silver medalist and an Olympic bronze medalist from London 2012, and she also competed at the Rio Olympics in 2016, before retiring shortly after in 2017. Thank you so much for joining me, everyone. It's my pleasure to be here with you today. I'd like to start with you, Linda. Tell us, going into Tokyo, you are the defending champion. How will the preparations for Tokyo be different for you than your preparations for Rio?
Well, to be honest, it's not easy. I've been there before, and I know what it takes. There's a lot of pressure, but as I said, I've been there before, and on every training I'm trying to give more than my best. So till now everything went well.
Fantastic. Yeah, it's a very different build-up. You had 2 world titles in the run-up to Rio. It's been a difficult time for you in and out of competition before Tokyo. So what's your main focus in these next 6 months before the Olympics?
Well, my main goal, of course, are the Olympic Games. I really hope that I will be able to defend my title. But of course, before the Olympics, I'm gonna have a few competitions, and one of them will be European Championship. So I hope that also I can defend my title at the European Championship. Well, not defend my title, because it's been already a European Championship and I was not part of it, sorry. So I just hope that I can become a European champion for the 5th time. And then, of course, I hope that I will be good and on my best shape for the Olympics.
Jack, I have a question to Melinda. Can I ask?
Absolutely, Peter. Please do. Please do.
I wanted to take advantage of this stage. First of all, I want to say that it's a big honor for me to talk with the two champs, such as Marty and Melinda. But I have a question to Melinda now. This is your second Olympics, right?
Yes. No, third, actually.
Third. So you are a champion. You're coming as a champion. But I wanted to ask you if it's advantage or disadvantage, because it's your third Olympics and you have a lot of experience, but you are coming as a champ and you need to defend your title. So what directions you will feel, like advantage or disadvantage?
I can say both of them, because everybody's waiting you, for example, everybody's waiting for me to defend my title, especially from my country. But to be honest, this doesn't make me pressure. It just makes me feel stronger, even that it is a huge responsibility, because everybody's eyes from my country are on me. So I think I just got used with this. And on the other side are a lot of opponents who just want to get this title. So I don't know. It's just the best is to try to focus on your trainings, on your job, that rather than to think on I don't know, second things.
So advantage it is.
I can say yes.
Well, Peter, I'd like to ask you actually, since coming back from the European Championships, I know it's been a whirlwind for you with media things happening and interviews and photo shoots. How are you managing to keep cool and keep focused? Because obviously that's all very interesting, but I know your main goal is next year at the Olympics.
Of course, as we know, the Olympics is the big deal, and everything on the way, it's on the way. So I'm focusing on the big target, the Olympic Games. Not as my friends here. This is my first Olympics, so I think there is also advantage and disadvantage for me either. And the disadvantage that this is my first Olympics and I don't know what to expect. But I think my advantage is that I'm coming very hungry. I'm coming very motivated and very, very focused on my winning. So I don't care about what happened to me right now with the European title and the media and all that stuff. It's fun, of course. I enjoy it, but I'm still with my feet on the ground, focusing on what really matters.
And Marty, you had a similar experience to Melinda in that you medaled in London, and then in the USA, we know the media around the Olympics is just huge. So what was it like for you going into Rio with the expectation and the media kind of looking over you?
Yeah, I mean, judo isn't that popular in the United States. So I think when you come from a country that has such huge Olympic success, judo is not really at the forefront. Not to say that there wasn't excitement around it, especially in the US judo community, but it's interesting hearing Melinda and you, Peter, talk, because I understand both of the dynamics you're talking about. Because going into my first Olympics, where I was going to fight in 2012, Peter, I was so excited. Like, I just couldn't contain the excitement of going to compete in my first Olympics. And then, as many of you know, Kayla was there with me, my best friend, and then she ended up winning. So it was this insane, awesome ecosystem. And then for me, to be honest, Melinda, and don't do what I did, I was really nervous for my second Olympics. And I think that you think the pressure won't get to you, and that, you know, I like what you said, Peter, like the things that's happening now are just on the way. You try to have that mentality, but I think that in the end, I was just really nervous and didn't give my best performance. And looking back, I think that kind of just releasing all the pressure and expectations from everyone else is the key thing in terms of performing the way that you can, because as both of you probably know, it's not like I'm not good enough to do what I can do. I just have to show up those days. I have to be the best version of myself on those days. And sometimes that doesn't happen. And I kind of feel like that's what happened to me in Rio, unfortunately.
I think it's not, I'm not good enough. I think I will make strong your words. It's like, you know how good are you, and that's why you need to bring your best performance at the right moment. And I think that this is the most things that make you pressure about the Olympics, right?
Totally. And you think that you can kind of just put it aside and not think about it, but even if you put things in the back of your mind, they can still be there impacting you. So I think just keeping that mentally strong attitude is the most important aspect of all. And you both have that, so not worried.
At my first Olympic Games, I was very, very, very scared. For like few weeks, I didn't sleep at all. I didn't know what to think. I didn't know how to think. It was so scary for me. And then the second time in Rio, I was totally different. I was so calm, and my coach just convinced me that it's just a competition like all other competitions. You're just gonna see the same people, the same referee, the same opponents. So I don't know, he just convinced me that it's just a competition like, for example, one Grand Prix or Grand Slam. And it just made me feel very calm. I don't know. So different from London. In London, I was terrified, I can say.
And Mylinda, tell us, after the gold medal in Rio, I mean, life changed completely for you. You became a complete superstar in your country. How has your life been affected by your Olympic victory?
Well, in Kosovo, I've been famous also before the Olympics because I've been 2 times world champion, and I don't know, people just expected me to take the gold medal. Everybody who saw me, they was like, we can't wait you to win the gold medal at the Olympics. They felt like I just have to go and take it, like it was easy. And then the last 2 months, I can say, I didn't want to see anyone. I just wanted to see my coach, my teammates, and my family. So this way I could deal this, I can say, pressure from outside. And then after the Olympics, I don't know, it just, everybody in Kosovo got crazy. They did a huge, I don't know how to say, expectation. When I came from Rio at the airport, everybody was out. There was a bus waiting for me, and then we went across the capital. And I think nobody was home. Everybody was out, from children to the old people. And I cannot describe how it felt, because I think that my medal went, I don't know, it was not just sport anymore. Because Kosovo, it's a new country, and a lot of people there think that it's hard to do something huge. It's hard to do to become successful from Kosovo, because it's new country, it's not so rich. And when I became Olympic champion, I think they just got convinced that even that we live in a small country, we can become successful. We can do huge things. So I don't know, everybody was so excited about it.
You showed everyone that it can be. It is possible.
Yes, because I started judo when I was 8, and I started in Kosovo with the same coach, and everything started in a small country in Kosovo. And all I had, and all I still have now, is just my coach and my teammates. I don't have a physio, I don't have a doctor. When I have a problem with my injuries, maybe Peter knows I have to go to Israel or I have to go to Slovenia, and it's not easy to deal with it. But in the end, I just say that I have to do just judo, I have to train hard, and that's it.
I have a question.
Please, Marty, go for it.
I'm curious, are there just judo clubs popping up on every street corner in your hometown now that, like, has it helped judo grow, do you think? Have you noticed?
Yes, now we have much more girls in judo. At the beginning it was strange because we was expecting much more kids to come and do judo, but for like 1.5 years nobody was coming, and it was a strange situation for all of us. But now, today, we have many clubs in Kosovo, and many kids, the most important, many girls who do judo, and they all say like they want to be like my Linda when they grow up, and I don't know, that just makes me happy.
I want to be
Awesome.
like Melinda also.
Me too.
Me three. Speaking of three,
Thank
guys.
you.
Someone else who actually is going to be joining us, a surprise entry to the panel, someone who is going for their third Olympic title come Tokyo, is the great Teddy Renier. Teddy, are you with us?
Oh.
Hi everybody.
Oh.
Looking forward.
Hi Teddy, thank you.
Nice surprise.
Thank you for joining us, Teddy. Welcome to JudoFest 2020. It's a pleasure to have you here.
Yes, it's a big pleasure. Happy to see you, everybody. But I think for me, I hope finish this season very quickly.
Well, the Olympics is 6 months away now, Teddy. So tell us how you're feeling, looking for your third Olympic title. How do you feel at the moment about that?
My feeling is good. I hope come back for the next competition in January. My target is the same. I hope to win a third gold medal, and I hope this season go fast for Tokyo 21 now, because Tokyo 20 is dead with this with the corona.
Teddy, I'd like to ask you, obviously, you're planning for your third Olympic title, your fourth Olympic Games, which is an incredible achievement, just to go to 4 Olympics. How much has it affected you, the extra year? How much has that changed your approach?
I know this situation changed a lot of things of me, but for everybody, it's changed the life for everybody, because this is a special moment. It maybe, I hope it will be my fourth Olympic game. It's possible have 2 titles more, because for the first time we have the team, and I know it's possible with this team, because the woman, the French team, is very strong. And if I don't have the gold medal in my category and no gold medal with the team, I have one chance again, the Olympic game in Paris. After this, finish is dead for me. I
So that's it.
want
5 Olympic. 5.
Was that public news?
I want just one thing. One gold medal. I have 2 chances and four gold medals. 4 chances. That's it. After,
And then
I say goodbye.
then you would be tied with the great Nomura, Teddy. What would it mean to you to tie the record of Nomura with his 3 Olympic golds? How special would that be?
Me, listen. When I win my last gold medal Olympic, Nomura take an interview with me and say me, when is the next step? What do you? Because me, I have 3 gold medals. I say, hey man, I win just now the second gold medal, just for this.
Marty, you mentioned earlier about Kayla and your journey with Kayla, and how she won in London and you took the bronze. What was it like then doing another 4-year cycle with her? And also, what's the thought process when you decide, okay, I'm going to go again, I'm going to do 4 more years, or I'm not? So I know after Rio, you decided not to, but tell me about that thought process.
Yeah, sure. Well, okay, first question. The 4 years were amazing. I mean, she is my best friend. And so I don't know how to explain what it's like to have the person that you know best and care about the most share every single training with you, every single tournament, traveling the whole world. That whole 4 years together was probably and I think it was probably the best of my career. That 4 years, that picture is right after I won the bronze medal. That's her favorite picture. But that 4 years after is just like enjoying that journey together. And that is after she won her gold in 2016. What a great picture. And I guess to your second question, Jack, the thing that made me almost think about going to Tokyo 2020 was I love judo in Japan. It's a birthplace of judo. I'm Nomura's #1 fan, probably. Teddy, you have to fight me on that. But now, seeing that it's been delayed a year, I'm so glad that I didn't, because I just feel like that momentum for me that I was already unsure about would have been a little more. So definitely the right decision for me. But I really feel for all of you that are still on this journey to Tokyo and having this whole year delay, because in judo, like, we go through cycles, right? We train in certain intensity, we let it go, and just having that whole schedule be messed up, I can't even imagine the stress that comes with it. But I'm sure you are just, I can tell you're focused on what's coming next. So I'm wishing the best for next year.
Thank you so much, Marty. Thank you.
Of course.
Thanks.
So, Teddy, you've heard Marty's words there. I was hoping you could give us some advice to Peter and to Mylinda. Peter going to his first Olympics, he's the world #1, so going in with the expectation, and then to Mylinda going for her second Olympic title, something that you did in Rio. What advice would you give to these two?
Big challenge for everybody, because for second medal you will have a lot of pressure, because it's difficult. But stay focused on your target. You know, the Olympic game it's a big event. Everybody love this event. Everybody train for this, and I think the first step when you go on the Olympic game, you stay focused on your target. After this, after the job, when you have the gold medal, your objective, your target, after the fiesta, party, family, before this, stay focused. You don't see the people enjoy. You don't see the people win another competition. You stay very focused on your target. Yeah, of course.
Teddy is speaking, and I have goosebumps. You know. Thank you, Big Teddy. Thank you very much, bro.
I think when I say this this spirit is for Kelmendi, is for you, is for everybody. If you want your gold medal, you know in your head what do you want. And during this moment, it's not just your sport. You have a delegation. You have your country, the media, your coach, the family. Hey, my man, where I want this. Where do you go? Where is the sleep? I want to see this. I want to go here. No, you say after. I think take 2 phones for everybody, and one phone for your coach, your staff, the people you need during this moment. Very special.
Wow.
Very interesting.
Thank you, man.
Brilliant. Teddy, that's great words, Teddy. That's great words. Marty, were you going to say something?
I said you got advice from a pro, the pro.
Yes. That's
Teddy,
huge.
earlier...
I'm so excited to see Teddy here. I'm like speechless. I'm just looking.
I'm very exciting too. If I go now to the Olympic game, I want my gold medal.
Yes.
Teddy,
Teddy.
we need to fight. We need to fight, bro.
The next one?
Yes, the next training camp we're fighting.
With pleasure. With pleasure.
First round.
I don't know when is the next training session, but if you
Yes.
want to go to Paris, come. It's a pleasure.
Thank you, brother.
Well, there you go, Peter. You can't get a better invitation than that. Thank you, Teddy.
Yeah, this is the best.
I think that's about all the time Teddy had for us today. But let's take it back to our remaining panelists. Mylinda, you heard what Teddy said there about staying focused, staying in your own bubble, shutting out all the noise around. How much of that have you already been doing in the build-up to these Olympics, or how much did you have to do before Rio, and is it even more now?
Actually, this is like the way how I live. You all know that I'm not active on social media, not at all. I have nothing, no Facebook, no Instagram. And that's just because I don't want to have so much contact with the people that are not so close to me, you know? Because I know myself, and maybe I look tough from outside, but maybe one bad comment can distract me, and I don't know, I don't want to deal with this. So before the Olympics in Rio, I gave my phone to my coach, and I didn't talk to anyone. We was like in the same apartment. It was me, my sparring partner, and my coach. So all I needed was there, and I didn't need my phone at all. It's much better like this. So it's so true what Teddy said.
Yeah. Peter, what are you going to take from this? What have you gained from what Teddy said?
I can relate to his advice because I'm doing something very similar, but a little bit different, with a little bit difference. For every competition I go, 3-4 days before, I'm shutting all the media application. And in the beginning, I was just like, said everyone, okay, bye-bye, see you in 3-4 days, and still have that application. And I noticed that I'm like very curious, you know, just to see what people are writing to me, and I didn't make that what I meant to do. So with this progress I made, I started to delete that all application, Instagram, Facebook, even WhatsApp, and to talk only with my teams and my parents and my wife, everyone that close to me, knows that in that period of before the competition, they don't need to talk with me, like only emergency calls, and also if like it's really emergency. So I think Teddy's advice, it's even better to have two phones and just to shut down the regular phone and to have only contacts with like my teams, my coaches, and my family, and that's all. I will take that advice.
Brilliant. Marty, we saw some images earlier of the documentary that was made about you and Kayla pre-Rio, I believe. How much does that kind of play into what we're talking about, the media coverage, when you have people wanting to make documentaries about you? Is that distracting?
Yes, totally. And I think you have to set up guardrails for yourself, and especially as you get closer, as Peter already mentioned. And I think, like, even going back to what Melinda said about social media, it's evolved to a point that you could be completely engrossed by it and taken, and it's hard to not read things from people and not take them personally, even when you don't know that person. And even in the media, I remember specifically before the London Olympics in 2012, someone had wrote an article where they had said I wasn't going to get out of the first round. And I actually had read it, and it hurt me. Like, in a way it did motivate me more, but at the same time, like, you have to be very protective of yourself and what you're exposing yourself to during this critical period when your mental positioning for yourself is so important. So if that means not even going near social media, like Teddy said, not even taking interviews. Luckily, it didn't happen to me to the extent as I witnessed it happening to Kayla.
Seeing Kayla kind of be bombarded by the media and constantly being asked to do interviews, and they're not shy, I noticed. Like, even at the Olympics, they don't care that you have to fight in a few days or next week. They just want to get their sound bite. So just being able to like push all that stuff away and say like, I'll do all this when the time comes, which is kind of what Teddy said too, about just not letting those people through. I think that was something that helped me kind of manage it all.
And then post Rio, I know you continued on to the 2017 Worlds in Budapest, but after that you chose to call time on your career, a brilliant career, by the way. What was the thinking, you know, should I go 4 more years? Should I not? What helped you? What made you take that decision?
Yeah, to be honest, it was really hard, Jack, because I had taken a silver medal at the World Championships in 2013 and believed that I could end my career as a world champion. And so I went that extra year to 2017, but like the series of events always seem to happen, is just about a month and a half before the Worlds in 2017, I injured my back, actually an old disc herniation I had more than a long time before, many years before. And for me, because just trying to come back from an injury and then fight at the World Championships and not being able to perform the way I knew I was able to, I kind of took the indications from my body that these type of injuries are probably going to become more common than less common. And I also was ready to move into a professional career. I had gone to school and got my bachelor's and my master's degree, and I wanted to put those things to work as well. So the timing just seemed kind of ideal at that point, looking at how 2017 had went. And I mentioned earlier, I couldn't imagine if I had decided to keep going and had been dealing with this delay like the other athletes are. It would just be really tough. I really feel for all of them.
Absolutely. Melinda, quick question for you. I know you have a very strong bond with your coach, Dritten. Tell us about the importance of your relationship for an athlete with their coach when it comes to such major events.
Well, I think in our sport, one of the most important things are the relation between the athlete and coach. I think that the coach must know you better than anyone else in this world, because my coach knows if I'm good or bad only if he sees my eyes. Sometimes I say that I'm good, but he knows that I'm not. He knows when I'm nervous. He knows when I'm feeling really good. So we have a really, really good relationship. He's been my coach since I was a kid, so he raised me, and I think this is the best and the most important thing in my career.
And the same question to you, Peter.
I can relate to what Melinda said about her coach, Triton. Me and my coach, Oren Smaja, we know each other since I'm a young athlete. I think everything what am I now with my judo, it's because of him and thanks to him. I can see the hugs now. The hugs says it all, you know. After every competition we have, like after every fight, I'm looking at my coach and I see the emotions he had after the fight, you know, and you can see he's with me. He's fighting with me on the mat. Like if he could, he would jump in, you know. He would jump in and fight with me. But it's very special. The connection are very, very pure and very strong. And I know he's back. He have my back no matter what will happen, no matter I win or lose. And this is the most important. He give me a lot of confidence to do what I do. So
yes, and sometimes my teammates, they go in competition alone. For example, Krasniqi or Jakova. But me, I never go. I cannot go in competition without my coach. Maybe it sounds strange for somebody, but I just cannot fight if he's not there. I cannot fight if I don't hear his voice. So if he's not going in competition, I don't go. Even if I need points or I need to have a competition, if he's not going, I don't go.
Wow.
Yeah.
Well, that's incredible, considering your Olympic title and everything. That's an amazing thing to hear. So we're 6 months out, guys. 7 months away from, Peter, your first Olympics. Mylinda, your third going for it. What are your final thoughts then? The Olympics is coming. It's in Japan, the home of judo. How special is it going to be, and how excited about it are you? Peter first.
It's very exciting. It's very special for me, and I'm so thrilled to be already at that event, the biggest event of sports, of everything. And I'm just very emotional about that. With what Marty said and Mylinda before and Teddy, what they said about the Olympics, I think the Olympics is the most special event, and no matter how strong you are, like you are European champion, you're world number one rank, you coming to the Olympics. In the Olympics, there is different rules, and I can see that like in the last Olympics, like the game is changing so fast, and everything can happen. So I just try to be very, very focused, and with all these champions said, I will move everything that can interrupt my goal to win that Olympics, and just to bring myself, my best self to this event and to enjoy it. You know, Jack, I try to enjoy my way, my journey, and I'm enjoying every tournament I have, no matter what is the result. And of course, when there is a good result, you can enjoy it much more. And this is my main deal, just to enjoy the process and to bring my best to the big goal.
And Mylinda, you had a taste of the Nippon Budokan at the World Championships in Tokyo. Now you're going back to that same venue for an Olympic Games. How incredible is it going to be in Japan, the home of judo, going for a second Olympic title?
Well, I try to don't think about it as much as I can. Really. Because if you think too much, it just makes you pressure. You cannot train good, you cannot, sleep good, eat good. It just makes you pressure. It makes you have adrenaline and emotions and everything. Everything is normal. As long as your hands get wet when you think about it, as long as you're about to throw out when you think about it, these are the emotions, the feelings that you should have. It's everything normal. But I try to don't think too much about it. Because if you start to think, then you think for this opponent and then for another one and another one. So I don't want to think about this now. I just want to train, I want to give my best, and then we will see in the end.
You know, Mylinda, when I sometimes I'm thinking about the Olympics, my heartbeat is increasing.
Yes, and your hands get all wet.
Very high. Yes.
Yeah. It's all normal. These are the feelings that you should have.
Now I'm relaxed.
Right, thank you so much for joining me, guys. It's a lovely note to end on that. It's been an absolute pleasure talking to all of you. Really excited for the World Tour to get started back up again in January. Hoping to see you at the Masters and then on to the Olympic Games, where I wish all of you incredible success.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, guys,
for joining me. Enjoy the rest of JudoFest, everybody. It's a great start.
We will.
And
Thank you.
We'll be bringing you loads more content throughout the day.
Stay safe, everybody. Thank you. Thank you, Jake.
Bye-bye. Thanks for having us. Thank you.
Thank you, Jack. It was
Bye-bye.
great fun.
Wow, that was absolutely awesome. I was thrilled to be joined by them, and I think we really shocked them with Teddy's arrival. That was great. There was one other person who was meant to join us, but was unable to due to previous engagements. So I woke up in the early hours this morning to catch up with the man who's just had the fight of the century to earn his Olympic spot, Abe Hifumi. Let's hear what he had to say earlier on this morning. It's my absolute pleasure to be joined today by Abe Hifumi. Abe Hifumi, two-time world champion, Budapest 2017, Baku 2018, one of the most dynamic throwers in world judo, and now the most recently confirmed member of the Japanese Olympic team for Tokyo 2020. So thank you so much for joining me, Hifumi. How are you?
Good. 元気です。
Great. Congratulations. An incredibly emotional week for you. Tell us how it feels now that you know you are on the Olympic team, you're confirmed for Tokyo 2020. What are your emotions at the moment?
もうやっとこの1年間すごく長かったんですけど、東京オリンピックが内定やっと決まって、本当自分の夢のスタートラインに立ったところだと思うので、また来年に向けてさらに成長できるように頑張っていきたいなと思います。
We knew that the position at 66 kilograms was going to be incredibly close. After the World Championships, you were able to get victory in Osaka 2019. And so we knew from this point onwards there was a strong possibility that there would be a match to decide the position. When did you find out it was going to be in the Kodokan? How long did you have to prepare? And what were your thoughts about the match?
グランドスラム東京が中止になって、でそこから少し日にちが経ってワンマッチっていうのが決まって、本当にやるしかない、勝つしかないっていう気持ちで、ずっといました。
And when you found out that it was going to take place at the Kodokan, such a historic place for judo, how did this change your mentality? How did this affect the fight?
すごい自分の気持ちも行動感で試合できるっていうことで高まりましたし、やっぱり柔道の聖地で試合をできるっていうことはすごい幸せだなっていう気持ちになりました。
You've walked out to compete in 2 world finals in Budapest and in Baku. Obviously, you felt the pressure there, but how did that pressure compare to the pressure you felt walking out into the Kodokan for a one-off match that would decide the Olympic place?
世界選手権とか本当世界の大会っていうのもすごく緊張はあったんですけど、こういうワンマッチ形式っていうのは自分の中でも初めての体験だったので、緊張感っていうのはいつもよりもあった気はします。
And as the match went on, the golden score came and it went on minute after minute after minute. The pressure can only have got more. How did you find the mental strength and the physical strength to carry yourself through such a tough contest?
まずは自分の気持ちを絶対に切らさないっていうのと、常に集中をして自分が勝つんだっていう強い気持ちを持って戦っていたので、最後まで集中を本当切らさず自分の柔道ができたっていうのは本当に良かったなっていうふうに思います。
So the score, the Wazari, the moment that you stood up, the referee signaled Wazari, then there was that long pause while they checked on the video replay. What was going through your mind as they were watching it back? You knew that there was a possibility that the fight was over and you'd done what you needed to do. What was running through your mind at that moment?
自分自身に勝ち名乗りが上がるまでは気を抜いたらいけないっていうふうにずっと思ってたので、ビデオ判定をやってる時でも気を抜かずに気持ちを切らさずに、結果が出るのを待ってたっていう感じです。
And then finally the moment came. The Wazari was confirmed. You were the winner. The emotions at that point. Can you try and describe the moment it happened, how you felt as you came off the mat, how you felt?
本当すごい嬉しい気持ちとほっとした 気持ちがあったなっていうその本当感情がやっぱりそういう感情が込み上げてきたなっていう感じです。
We could see. It was incredible. The emotions of both of you, actually. It was one of the most incredible things I've seen in judo. So you came off the mat. Who was the first person you spoke to? What did you say? What did they say? Tell us about that.
一番は、両親と話をして本当に良かったねっていう話を一番初めにしましたね。そんな長くは話はしてないんですけど、はい、一緒にこう喜んだというか、はい、その話をしました。
So now you can finally focus on the build up to the Olympics. Until now, you always had in the back of your mind this match. This match is finished now. You can focus on Tokyo 2020. How does that feel that you can finally focus?
自分以外の13階級が決まっていて自分だけが決まっていない状況で、不安な気持ちとかもあったんですけど、やっとオリンピック内定を決めれて、しっかり14階級全ての人が出揃ったので、その中に自分の名前、自分が代表になれたっていうことは本当に良かったなっていうふうに思ってます。
So you've been to two world finals, you've won 2 world finals, but the Olympics is a different thing. It's only every 4 years, or in this time we've actually had to wait 5 in the end. Tell me what makes the Olympics so special.
自分はオリンピックっていう舞台にまだ立ったことはないんですけど、本当自分の夢、目標っていう舞台なので、来年本当に舞台で金メダルを取って一番輝きたいなっていうふうに思っています。
And it's not just you. On the day you're competing, your sister will also be competing alongside you. What would it mean to you to compete alongside her and to win alongside her and perhaps make history by both of you winning the Olympic title on the same day?
ずっと兄弟でオリンピックで一緒に金メダルを取るっていうふうにずっと言ってたのが僕が代表に決まってやっとしっかりと本当に実現させることができるなって思うので、兄弟で本当にオリンピックまで切磋琢磨してやって兄弟で本当オリンピックで金メダル取って2人で輝きたいなっていうふうに思ってます。
And it's going to be in the Nippon Budokan, one of the most historic venues in Japan. Does that make it even more special?
日本武道館で試合ができるっていうのもすごい幸せなことだと思うし、すごく本当に特別なことなので、日本武道館でオリンピックが開催される、なんとしてでも本当その日本武道館っていう場所で優勝したいな、金メダル取りたいなっていうふうに思ってます。
Fantastic. It's been a very difficult year this year. We hope that next year will be so much better for everyone. Do you have a message for the judo public, for your fans, for everyone watching to round out the year?
本当に今年は、今年じゃないですね。来年は、日本東京っていう舞台でオリンピックが開催されるので、日本の人たちもそうですけど世界の方々にも僕の本当一本を取りに行く柔道っていうのを見ててほしいなというか、僕の圧倒的な柔道っていうのを見て感動とかやっぱり勇気とかを与えれたらいいな、そういうところを見てほしいなと思います。
Lovely. Well, thank you so much, Hifumi. It's been lovely to talk to you. Congratulations again. You made history there. That was an incredible match. And we look forward to seeing you next year at the Olympic Games, hopefully before that too. Thank you so much for joining us.
こちらこそありがとうございました。
Welcome to the Judo For The World panel in this JudoFest 2020. Today with us we have Nicholas Masner, IJF Media and Judo for Peace Director.
And we have with us Leandra, who is a member of the Judo for Children Commission, but she's been involved in judo for many years. She was a top athlete fighting for Portugal, and we are happy also to be together and to introduce our guests for today. And that panel that will talk about Judo for the World, so education and development throughout the judo values. We are happy to have with us today Sabrina Filzmoser from Austria. Everybody knows her. She's still a top athlete. I mean, fighting to go to Tokyo Olympics next year, but she's really involved also with a lot of other projects, especially in the Himalayas. And I'm sure she's going to talk about that much better than I do a little bit later on.
We also have today a very well-known face from our public and judo community from Brazil, Flávio Canto, Olympic and world medalist, also involved in several projects, especially with his project in Brazil, Instituto Reação, and recently appointed to IJF Climate Ambassador.
And actually, I mean, Sabrina was also appointed, I forgot to say, Sabrina was also appointed, IJF Climate Ambassador.
Let's jump from one champion to another. Today with us also Ruben Alcos, also a world champion in 2007 in Rio de Janeiro. He was 1 year later Olympic bronze medalist and also very involved with education and IJF Judo for Children director.
And last but not least, we have one more person on our panel today. It's Roberto Orlando. He's from Italy, but actually he lives in South Africa because he's leading our IJF Judo for Peace and Judo for Refugee program in Johannesburg. You can see already some images of his programs. And he was not a top champion, but he will talk about that later on. But he's really, really involved with education and development. So welcome, all of you. Welcome, Roberto, Sabrina, Flavio, and Ruben. Before we start and we give you a bit the floor, we have to congratulate someone on the panel today, because a few days ago we discovered on social media that someone was upgraded to 6 Dan.
Yeah. Congratulations, Flavio.
I'm getting old.
No, you're getting wiser.
Thank you, everyone. Honored. It was super nice to be, I think, being there with Leandro Guilherme, Thiago Camilo, Carlos Honorato, and Sara Menezes, guys that competed with me for so long, such a long time. We were spending our lives dreaming together, going to Olympics and World Championships. So receiving that belt with them was super special. It's a different sensation. I feel old when I look downwards to my waist. It's a big honor and a responsibility. It was super nice. Later on, I'm going to our institute. My coach, he said that this is super important, that we had to do some kind of celebration. So he invited the other coaches from our club, and he's gonna put it my way. So today, by the end of the day, I'll be feeling that it finally happened.
Very good. Thank you very much. So, for all of us, it was a special year. Ruben, how do you feel today, at the end of this strange year?
It feels like I've been doing a golden score for, let's say, half an hour, because this year was quite challenging for us with all the projects on hold in the Netherlands and in the world. It feels like a big fight, and I'm a little bit tired, but I'm looking forward to restart in 2021 with new energy and new things, and leave 2020 behind.
That's what we wish you for. And Sabrina, how do you feel?
Yeah, for me it's also very challenging right now, because I thought I can finish after the Olympic Games in Tokyo in 2020. So I had some more months, weeks to prepare myself for the next upcoming tournament. And I feel well prepared for the Masters in Doha in January, and then we will go on to the Olympic qualification, and let's see what will happen in Tokyo 2021.
We wish you good luck for that. And Roberto, how do you feel?
But listen, this year was a year where we had to test our enthusiasm for judo, and I think I may say, contrary to what 2020 is for most of us, I think we can see as well the positivity, because I saw that in spite of the restriction and everything, there is still a lot of enthusiasm for judo. I see this in our judoka and as well in the community. So I want to see this positively.
Thank you very much, Roberto, and thank you to all of you.
Continuing the conversation, let's start with Ruben Alcos. So Ruben, we know you very well since we've been working together in several projects in Judo for Children Commission. You are our director. Tell us about your school judo program in Netherlands.
Thank you. The school judo program in the Netherlands, I founded it almost 16 years ago now. And the basic idea was that in this harsh society where it's not normal to give each other compliments, to respect each other, to listen to each other, we thought it would be interesting to leverage the values which are in the DNA of our beautiful sport, and to start a program on primary schools in the Netherlands to give all children, some skills where they can use the rest of their lives. So we started school judo, a program on one primary school, with the philosophy that it's not the objective to teach the children a Osatagari or a Ogoshi, but really to teach them something about life. And nowadays we have 450 places, 55,000 children in the Netherlands who are active every day in this program. And I think that's a great accomplishment. It's one of the biggest grassroots programs in the Netherlands. It transferred to a social emotional development program where the key is that we're trying to make the children mentally and physically stronger within a group dynamic of the classroom.
Ruben, can you tell us a little bit how it happened? Because you were still a competitor when you initiated the program in the Netherlands. Where did that come from? The idea of, I'm a top competitor, but I need also to take care of the young generation.
The idea was, when I did judo, I think every judo player knows about the values. We are all about values. We compete on high level, but still we do it in a respectful way. When I was invited to judo clubs to give seminars, clinics, lessons, I also was invited to primary schools to do something with judo. I saw a lot of judo clubs in the Netherlands also going to primary schools and give 1 or 2 judo lessons with the objective to get the kids into the judo clubs. And me and my companion Ziggy Tabaksnik, we thought it's an interesting idea to get the children involved in the judo clubs, but first and foremost, in primary schools, the teachers are looking for a way to develop those kids in a holistic way. So we came up with a program and we just started it. We thought it would be interesting. It can be interesting for the judo clubs because more children will be involved in the judo clubs if we do it in a fun and in a great way. If we teach the children about the fundamentals of judo. And in the second, it will be interesting because the objective in primary schools are also the objectives in our judo philosophy. It's about development of yourself. It's about being better than yesterday and not being better than someone else. It's about the skills we as judo players know and value. And these are the things we wanted to do in the primary schools. And we just started it. We thought we need to do something. We need to do something with our knowledge and our philosophy. And it started at one school.
And what were the challenges when you started?
We didn't see any challenges, Nico. We saw only opportunities. Later on, the challenge became because from one school we had then 10 schools and 100 schools and then 400 schools and now almost 500 schools. The biggest challenge now is the logistics because we have over 6,000 square meters of tatamis. We have over 7,000 judo gis in different sizes. And we have the trousers, the kimonos, the belts, we have the laundry issue. So we have mainly the logistic items. It's not about the request of primary schools, because we have a lot of schools who really want to do this on a structural basis, on a sustainable basis in primary school. Our challenge is the logistics and the philosophy of our program being adapted by every judo teacher in the Netherlands.
And you developed, if I'm not wrong, you developed the concept of entertainer.
Yeah, because what we saw is that we were working together with judo teachers on local level. And we organize and plan those teachers on a schedule in primary schools, during school times most of the time. I think 90% of our programs are during school time. But when we send a judo teacher to a primary school and we talk to him as a judo teacher, he thinks he's a judo teacher and he needs to teach judo. But our philosophy goes way further, because we want to do it in a fun way. We want to do it in a valuable way. So we said to all of our judo teachers, we stop with judo teachers and we will introduce you as enter-trainers, a combination between entertainment and training. So they understood more about the philosophy we were trying to implement in primary schools, instead of only planning a judo teacher in a primary school and he's going to teach then the hip throw, the ogoshi or whatever. We need to have values as up first instead of the judo.
We also know that you add a value to the moral code.
Yeah, fun. Fun is the basic. We believe that you only learn, or you learn the best if you like it. So what we've done is to add fun as a primary factor element to the code moral. We also talk about the fun with the capital fun demands. So teachers need to do and teach the children in the most entertaining way they can envision. And what we also added was then a cooperation with the Walt Disney Company, because if someone knows about fun and storytelling and emotions, etc., it's Walt Disney. So I reached out to Walt Disney and I asked them, can we use the fun parts of your movies as items we hand to our enter-trainers, so they can use these stories in a fun way to teach the children about respect, about working together, about resilience, all of those kinds of elements, which are also in the movies of the Walt Disney Company, to really guide the teachers, our enter-trainers, in the right direction, and to make sure it's as fun as possible as you can imagine doing judo, and in the same time learning about the skills you can use in your life.
Flavio, do you have a question for Ruben?
A lot. I'm writing it down. So many amazing things, Ruben. Congratulations. We talked about judo for kids a long time ago, and it's amazing to see how far you've been and how far you are. I have many questions after this, so I'm going to try to call you. But how do you make a trainer become an inter-trainer? What are the skills you... how do you make that change? How hard it is? And can you give us an example?
Yeah, I will. But first, let me say, Flavio, you've always been an inspiration for us. You were doing so many great things in Brazil, and the philosophy you've had there is something we based our program also on. So also thank you for the inspiration from your side to us. I know Ziggy, my companion, reached out to you. We've talked about the programs and the philosophy about it. So it was also, you were an inspiration for us. Your question about the mind, the shift of the mind of the judo teacher, it's quite hard. We are doing this now for more than 15 years. And from day one, we saw the structure a judo teacher is in as the biggest challenge to make the program bigger and bigger and more value-based. What we're doing now is every teacher who wants to be involved in our program needs to come to the office. We talk to him, we screen him, we ask about the philosophy. 2 times a year we have a school judo seminar when we exchange ideas and also come up with new ideas for the teaching on local level in primary schools. And we have guidelines they need to use in the primary schools. We also have surprise visits from our team in the schools to see if they really use our guidelines, because judo teachers can be stubborn and they do their own things, but we're trying to really get them in the right philosophy with the content we give them, but also screen them up front. And they need to be it's obliged to come 2 times a year to our training sessions to get them into the right mindset set and use it in primary school. So it's a structure we have around the teacher to nudge them in the right direction. But it's every day, this is the biggest challenge, Flavio.
Oh, amazing.
Sabrina, I wanted to know, because you've known Ruben for a while as well, because you were competing at the same time. That guy retired a little bit earlier than you. But were you, amazed or astonished about what Ruben developed in the Netherlands and how it inspires you as well?
Sure. Ruben was always an inspiration in this kind of working with the young generation, like Flavio. I always got a lot of inspiration from them to build my own development work and to get it done. And I'm very happy that I know him from long time before as an athlete, the same as Flavio. So I thought about it and I pretty believed in it from the beginning that this is something which can be useful everywhere in the remote places on this planet.
And Ruben, tell us, you start this program before achieve the biggest goals during your judo career. How important for your mind it was to have this parallel goal?
As a top athlete, my mind was also on other things, and I needed other things to be a better athlete. So I couldn't be an athlete that only went from training to sleeping, eating, training, sleeping, etc. I wanted to do something, and I also wanted to do something to give back to society. I worked in advertising, I still own an advertising agency, but doing something back made me a better competitor, in my opinion, and it worked for me. So it won't work for everyone, but for me it really worked. Later, when I became world champion and I won a medal on the Olympics, it was important for the program because people then understood that top athletes, like we together in this meeting, do something back for society, and we take our role and make society a little bit better with the things we can do. We have communication power behind us, we have our network, we know people, and together with this, you as an athlete, we as an athlete can do something back. And I think that's really important, and I hope a lot of athletes will do the same because we have some power, we have some leverage.
What do you think about that, Roberto? That approach of being a top athlete but also being involved with development?
Definitely, you guys, have always been an inspiration to me and to us, actually, because one of the power of the project we are running in South Africa is that it's not a standalone project. It's not a standalone program. We can see this going on in other countries. I've seen what's happening on the Everest. I've seen what's happening in Netherlands, in Brazil. So, this gives a lot of enthusiasm to the guys here. And this is a big example. We work in South Africa with refugees, and showing like a better world, a role model is very important. So I think that's the power of those programs all around the world that Judo for the World is supporting. So that's And if I can add, I've been working. I've been talking to Ruben a lot, and I think I really appreciated the toolkit, how it works, because it's not just about training the kids in the school, but it's as well how to organize classes, so that there is as well a managerial aspect to the toolkit, and this is very useful for us as well. I mean, we do some activities in school, and even if it's not called judo in schools, what we do is a very useful toolkit for what we are doing. So very much appreciated. Yeah.
Thank you very much, Roberto. We're going to talk a bit about a new subject also that we are tackling now in the IJF, which is the climate change. And we want to show you a short clip, 2-minute clip that was filmed a year and a half ago in Kiribati.
Kiribati is an island nation or state consisting of about 33 islands in the middle of the Pacific Ocean. The culture is very much to do with the sea and making life out of the ocean. I grew up here on Tarawa because we are in a very remote country. I bought a lot of books on judo. These books are now very useful.
As a community leader in my village, the principles of judo, honesty, modesty, bravery, assist me in making my decisions. The highest point here in Kiribati is 2.95 meters. So that's why we experience flooding. Climate change is a cross-cutting issue here in Kiribati, and that's because it affects every aspect of our way of life. There might come a time that we have to leave Kiribati. But right now, I think it's better that we stay with dignity rather than migrating as climate change refugees. Judo has given me the inner peace, that sense of community and family.
With judo being practiced by Kiribati youth, we are actually reinforcing and restoring what might have been lost. The challenges we face in Kiribati are present across the entire Pacific. If you think as a judoka, you try to make sure you overcome your difficulties and always improve every day in life.
So, Flavio, you were recently appointed as IJF Climate Ambassador. Can you tell us what that means to you? And what do you think that we can do to influence the youth generation to save our planet?
It's a big honor to be with Sabrina. We've been together in the mats for such a long time now. In this other mission, I passed a good part of my life in the water. I've been surfing since I was 10 years old. I kite surf, so I travel a lot. And once you're having such a relation with with nature as I do, like you see, maybe it's easier. Yeah, this is something new. I'm starting the foil experience. Nice experience. That's the different one, like Silver Surfer. And you have, like in the ocean, you have a whole continent of plastic in the ocean, and you see a lot of things. Here in Brazil, I travel a lot. 23% of Rio's population live in favelas, and once in the favelas, you have a great, amazing problem with sustainable solutions. You have half of the country without the minimum conditions of water at home, and we try to do a lot with the kids in our institute. When it comes to building a black belt in and off the mat, this is our mantra, black belts in and off the mat. You have to teach them all the principles of Jita Kyoe, respect, and when you talk about respect, we have to understand how we can respect our environment, our planet, our home. And this is a big issue for this generation. For our generation, probably the most important issue we have. and so it's a big responsibility. I hope we can pass it forward. We have a lot of kids here in Brazil. We have many judo players, more than 2 million judo players in Brazil. So judo has a pretty strong power here. So influencing the young generations to be able to understand their responsibility when it comes to sustainable decisions, it's pretty important, pretty big.
You work with children and young people, coming from favelas, so difficult social environment. So how do you link, really that aspect with the climate change issue and saving the planet?
We have at Lascau we have an educational program. So the kids they train judo. They train. We have all the journey, the soft skill journey in the mat now with the gi. But we also have educational classes, and in those classes we teach them. A great part of it is about the responsibility and in changing the world. We try to change the world. Once we change one world, we change a lot of things. We change the following generations from that family, and changing their world means that showing that they can also be part of this change. And so I think giving them the responsibility of being self-responsible for the change they want to see. I think this is. It's something that we do every day, and we have in our educational class and educational program, we have a great part of it dedicated to this social responsibility and to climate responsibility, to sustainable responsibility, to everything that comes with a better world.
Flavio, can I ask a question?
Sure.
What are the reactions of the kids involved when you talk about climate change? How do they react? Do they see the problem, or do they understand what you are trying to do?
When you're talking about the favela, one of the favelas we're in is Rocinha, the biggest slum in Latin America. Once you get in Rocinha, you see garbage in the street. So many have to realize that street is their home as well, so it's not like throw from the window my garbage and it's all okay. So if you go to Rocinha, you see that's and you don't have the state inside Rocinha as you have the state outside Rocinha, so you don't have the same it's like a completely different world. Once you're in the favelas here, you have you have even a different law. You have the drug dealers, you have the militia, that's the former policemen that command the favelas. You have, like in Brazil, in Rio de Janeiro, you have like 60% of our city controlled by drug gangs or the militia. So we're living in a very tough situation here. So you have to give them the responsibility to change their environment, not depending on the state or what comes from outside the favela. So it's about their choice to make it better. So we do different. I believe in metaphors. I believe in when we put them doing missions. So simple missions like the young kids, 6-year-old kids going to the beaches, and we are collecting the garbage in the sands. And those kind of missions we do a lot, and in doing so, I think they understand that they're strong enough to be important. I think it's all about understanding that you're important, that the change you believe you want to see, it comes with you as well. So I think this is something that when you give them self-esteem, they understand that they're able to be part of this big change. If you don't feel that you're important enough, you don't care. Like I'm not going to be able to change anything. But once they believe they're important, and I think what we all try to do with our kids is making them understand that they are very important. But this is once you're working with a kid that comes from a different place, from a tough environment, they've been raised to believe that they can't be very big because their parents didn't study, weren't able to do what they dreamed when they were little kids, and we have to change all that mindset. And once you change it, it gets easier.
How do you do that with your organization? How did you start it? I mean, a bit like we asked Ruben before. I mean, where the idea comes from to create that institution?
And also, Flavio, the name of your institution, you call it Reação. In English, it means react. Why did you call it like that?
I think reaction, when I think about judo, I think about standing up more than throwing someone or falling. I think about standing up, because we fall a lot. We all have fallen many times during our training sessions and career, but we stood up every time we fell. So I think judo is about standing up, and it's about reacting. I think this is the beauty of our sport. And I think reaction has that symbolism to judo and also to everyone that joins our institute. The kids, the students, the coaches, everyone that works with us, the volunteers. We all want to react. We all want to see a better place, a better world. It started back in 2000. I lost a trial to Sydney Olympics, and when I came back to Brazil, I understood that it was time to do something that I believed it would be important for my city, for my country, for the world. And as judo was the thing I liked the most, I started teaching judo in Rocinha, the favela of Rocinha. Before that, in the previous 5 or 6 years, I was doing stuff with my friends, like during Christmas we would go to the streets and we'd donate food and clothes, and we'd go to orphanage in the kids' day, and we would do different things during the years, but only like one day at a time. We weren't changing anybody's lives. And I remember in that same year of the Olympics, we had about 15 friends in the streets in like 3 o'clock in the morning after we had our Christmas Eve, and we were distributing food in the streets of Rio, and there were many people in the streets, like poor people, kids, and it was such a contrast with with what I had like a couple of hours ago with my family. And in the middle of the 1.5 hours after that, we had distributed everything, and there were still a lot of people in the streets and a lot of kids, babies, and I got back home very sad. And I think that was when I understood that what we were doing, that was we had to do something different. And I didn't know judo was going to be so strong, but when I started teaching judo in the favelas, it was a big change for them and a big change for me. I say that I climbed Rocinha, because it's a mountain, as a black belt, and in the first day I got down Rocinha with a white belt, because I understood that what I was going to do there was I was not going to teach, I was going to learn as well. That was I even stopped using the word social inclusion, because social inclusion, normally you think about bringing to the top of the pyramid the people on the bottom, as if what's in the bottom is useless, not so worth. And I understood that what I needed to do with judo was integrate people from tough neighborhoods, from poor neighborhoods, with people from the rich neighborhoods. In Rio, you've all been in Rio, you have a city, and a wonderful city, but you have invisible walls throughout the cities, even in the beaches. We don't have communication, because we have the private schools, we have the public schools, so poor people and rich people, they don't get together ever. So you grow up with indifference. And I believe that judo is a very powerful, and sports in general, but I'm a judoka, a good place to make them all get together. So what we're doing now, I think we're in the third wave of our reaction. The first one, as I told you, a couple of years going to the streets, giving food and those smaller things. The second wave, what we're doing in the favelas, and the third wave now, we started last year. We're going to private schools with our soft skills program. We basically try to do is use judo to build black belts off the mats. And each semester we have a value that we work with more emphasis, like courage, humbleness, discipline, honor, limitless. and solidarity. Those are the 6 values we use. We have them in the judo gis in black and white. We have symbols of each value, and after 6 months, when they pass throughout the journey, they receive the colored path. So the poetry is that they're coloring the path in their gis. And every end of the semester, now that we're just starting now, I have a lot to learn. I think Ruben, you'd help me a lot because this is a new environment we're entering. We have about 20 schools now, but the idea is to have thousands. But every end of semester, we do a team building experience, mixing kids from the favelas and kids from the private schools. So let's say we're in the semester of courage. We're going to do a team competition, and there's going to be a kid from Cidade de Deus, a kid from Rocinha, and 5 or 4 kids from private schools, and they're going to fight together. So we cut the idea that social responsibility is donating your old t-shirt or your old toy, because we grow up looking to poverty as if it was smaller than we are. I come from a wealthy neighborhood, and once you put them all together, you see value in the kids from the favela see value in the kids from the private schools, and we grow up with a different mindset. So this is the 3rd wave of our institute, what we're trying to do. And because of the pandemics, we have been developing many things like we are putting everything in video so that we can go to many different social projects in Brazil. So I think the pandemics brought us the opportunity to grow much bigger, because we don't have so many kids. We have like 2,300 kids, and we have a country of 210 million Brazilians. So we're very far from what we can be. And when we have the technology and videos, we can go much further. So this is the idea now, to integrate people from different origins, put them all together using sports to make them get close to each other. And there's a magic when you get to know people you didn't know. You never see a favela as you saw before. It happened with me, so I think it should happen. So it's kind of like my mission, our mission now is to make social inclusion from the top of the pyramid to the bottom and vice versa. That's the idea.
Very, very good. Thank you very much. I mean, that's impressive. We're just listening to you, like reading a book, and it's amazing. Sabrina, have you ever been to Rocinha and to Reação?
I have had the chance once to train there, and I was like really blown away, because I've heard about the project before, and I've heard one of my colleagues, she's from Brazil. She married an Austrian physiotherapist, and then she told us, yeah, we can train there together with this club, with Bernardo. And I was so excited to get to know them and to train with them, because they all have such high skills and they work in a different way. So for us, it was like really, really something which I will never forget. It changed my mind.
And you have started some projects also somewhere in the world. Tell us more where and how does that work?
I come from a mountainous country, and we have pretty nice mountains which are like nearly 4,000 meters high, but I've always dreamt about climbing an 8,000 meter peak, and it started like to explore the higher Himalayan heights, and I fall in love with Nepal and Bhutan and the Himalayas a long time ago. So I traveled there a lot of times, and yeah, it happened somehow that I got to know some judo players there, and I tried to help them from the beginning to collect all our old judo gis, our equipment, and bring it there or send it there. And yeah, the thing was, there was already Judo for Peace working with the Nepal Federation, and I tried to help every time I flew there, and I climbed mountains and did some judo teaching there, and that's how it started.
Yeah, I remember you were just coming back from the Manaslu that you had climbed without supplement oxygen. So, I mean, like, tell us about, I mean, just that experience, I mean, climbing such a high mountain, and what is your next goal in the Himalayas?
Yeah, climbing such a mountain is really a big challenge, because I didn't want to use oxygen, but that somehow something which I've learned from judo, because you have to have the courage and you have to have the humility to set such high goals. And all those people which I'm teaching and working there in Nepal, they live in such remote areas, and they have such high quality of these values which are in all our judo hearts. They are humble, they have this humility and courage and respect about nature, about how things are working in a small community, and they appreciate each small step forward, like sharing a cup of tea in such an altitude when it's minus 40 degrees is different than in Austria climbing a hut or skiing, and then you go into a restaurant or a hut and drink your warm tea and feel warm again very fast. But there everything is so challenging and difficult, and you get to know it when you're there, and how people live there, and how difficult it is for them to survive or to get to their dalbat, their lunch and dinner every day. They have to walk on the stony soil outside for 5 or 6 hours to get some potatoes, and then to prepare the dish for their families.
So what are you doing right now at the foot, at the bottom of the Everest?
At Kumchung, Sir Edmund Hillary School, it's on the bottom of Everest, but it's pretty high. It's at 3,790 meters. And if you go there for the first time, you need to acclimatize and go up step by step. Otherwise, you really die or get really sick. But the children who are living there, they are used to this height, and they are really fit. So my aim was before I founded the Monshu Judo School at 2,800 meters, which are now here in this video. I wanted to bring judo more up high to the next school, which is in Namche Bazar and Kumchung. And the pupils who finish primary school, they go up there, and they usually had to finish judo classes because there was no dojo, no judo place. So now we could get some help from Tokai University and Kosa Inoue and the NPO Judos. They sent some tatamis and some equipment, which was really difficult during the Corona time to get all the logistics set up. We had to deliver it by ship, by airplane, and then by helicopter up to nearly 4,000 meters. But now they have tatamis, they have equipment, and I'm sure after the Olympics I will go there and help there.
I'm coming.
Good. Come. Perfect.
No, we should all go. Amazing.
Ruben, do you want to go too?
With some help from Sabrina, I think I can manage. Probably alone not. But Sabrina, what is your dream? What do you dream of when you put the top judo behind you? What do you want to do? You have a big heart. You are really socially involved. What is your dream?
There is a big dream which I want to realize. I'm a pilot, but I'm working on my helicopter license. And one of my dreams would be to be able to get all this equipment and the other development equipment from Kathmandu by helicopter up to these remote places, which are really cut off sometime by snow, by bad weather, by some stupid, really catastrophic earthquakes, or even during the climate change, all the glaciers melt and the people are realizing they are living on a very difficult point, so they have to move because some landslide landslides destroy their villages. So I want to fly there and help them, like taking the sick people to hospital or bringing them some dalbat, lentils, or whatever they need.
You need to leave some room in the helicopter because we want to go with you.
Yeah, but I think then I would need some space for oxygen cylinders for you.
And Sabrina, where are you gonna live? Because you're a citizen from the world, of the world. Are you living in Austria, or where do you want to live when judo, high competitive judo, gets away from your life?
I'm not sure. I want to try to live in Bhutan, in Nepal, or wherever there are mountains. I want to climb many more mountains, but my home place will always be Austria, because during the last year I felt pretty well here. I know we have a good social system, the best medical health care system, and other places in the world they don't have. And that's how I learned how to appreciate all these pretty perfect things here in Austria.
Then Sabrina, the last place you are going to visit is the Netherlands, as the most flat country in the world.
Yeah.
No, but you don't believe. I have one good friend. She's from the Netherlands, Elisabeth Willeboortse, and she's also a doctor. And she really promised me to help up there and maybe do some development work and volunteering in Kunde Hospital. It's also on 4,000 meter, and help preparing the judo kids for some useful techniques. So I will get some help from the Netherlands, I'm sure.
And talking about techniques, I think that Leandra had something to show you.
Yes, so guys, I'm a huge fan of you as competitors, and we know that you have all these programs in common, the love to help people and the social programs, but you also have another thing in common. Just take a look.
No.
The Kano Shimiwaza that is well known all over the world.
Sabrina now is the master in it. All right. She put it to another level.
No.
Did you learn from Flavio that one, Sabrina?
Yeah, I learned from Flavio.
I think you all learned from Ruben.
Flavio stole my technique.
How old are you there, Ruben?
I think 6 or something.
Oh my God.
I think Nico and Leandra, you were looking for some fights where I could show my beautiful technique, and the only thing you could find was me competing at the age of 6. Thank you. That says a lot about my technique, but no, it feels like ages ago.
Sabrina is still there, but as we stopped, it's weird because we did this interview on a gold medalist from Brazil from track and field, a very nice guy, and he went into the stadium. He was a gold medalist back in '84 in the Los Angeles Olympics, and when he got into the stadium, he started crying, and he said he was like visiting his former life. He said this is such a long time, and he got super emotional because it was a life this is weird for us now, Ruben. Sabrina is still there in that life we've had for such a long time, but suddenly it passes away. It's like it's like another life we had. It's weird because suddenly you're not traveling all over the world, you're not competing, and then you have to reborn. It's weird. It's interesting, but it's kind of it's tough.
It is a different life, Flavio. For me, it feels like, and for Sabrina, probably it's still her life. But for me, it feels like the first life, and now I'm doing a second life or something.
Yeah, exactly.
If I can see you all here on the video, it's like we are all one team. We are still in one life. There is no change, no difference, really.
Thank you, Roberto. You were watching the images. how they were on the tatami when they were competitors and being so involved in development programs. How does that feel?
This gives you the opportunity to see the world shoulders of the giants. That's what the expression I would use, because if champions like them can say, okay, now I want to go down back to the tatami and do the ground, let's say the grassroots work again. So the starting again with kids, teaching from ABC. I mean, that's the greatest humility, I think, in sport. And at the same time, it's the greatest example for me and for the guys we coach.
So tell us about the people you are working with in South Africa. Tell us a bit about the project, the Judo for Peace project in Johannesburg.
Okay, sure. Judo for Peace is a project, supported by the IJF, and is a project we do in collaboration with the UNHCR, is the Agency for Refugees here in South Africa. So the idea of using judo and its moral code as a platform for communities to meet and collaborate together. I mean, South Africa is a very beautiful nation, but is a country with let's say big issues such as crime, unemployment, and obviously, if I may say, lack of social cohesion. Because South Africa there are many ethnic groups. There is a big immigration in the country, and the country is, as we said, there is a lot of crime, a lot of xenophobia. And where we have our dojo are areas that are very much disadvantages, where there is, in particular, a big portion of migrant population. So what we try to do is to work hand in hand with the local organizations, the local body of judo, which is Judo South Africa as well, and to find a way to introduce judo at different levels. I mean, this happens in schools, this happens in recreational centers, this happens in where local organizations operate. And with our judoka, we do judo because judo is the best weapon we have against racism, against xenophobia.
How is the Judo for Peace program perceived locally inside the community?
When we came with judo to those areas, judo is a foreign sport somehow. So obviously, there is not a direct connection between the moral code and the martial art. So most of the work is to win hearts of people. So we had to work through community leaders, through local organizations, and work as well with parents of the kids to make them understand the power of the sport. And obviously, little by little, we are winning this battle, because the more now I'm here since 2017. That's the life of the project, the lifespan of the project, and I can see that judo is more and more acknowledged as something positive for kids. Because as I said at the beginning, not everybody is ready to accept judo as as a discipline, as a way to discipline kids to make better citizens. But as they say, recently they saw our kids collecting garbage in the street. I've seen people changing faces, saying, "Oh, why you are doing this?" I know we are doing this because we want to be better citizens, because we want to give back to society what we have taken already. So I think this is like a very positive message. Obviously, sometimes you feel like a drop in the ocean, but I think it's a powerful message. That's how we hope to change things.
What is your goal, Roberto? How long are you intending to spend in South Africa? This is a life-changing experience. Are you going to spend a long time there and then go somewhere else and do the same? What's your idea? What are the plans?
I think that this experience is a one-time experience in my life, because I don't think I may have other opportunities like this. Because what we do here is, for me, is a call. So I think that's there is a lot of work to do. We have definitely to strengthen the dojo, to create our coach, other coaches that can multiply the experience as well. So I think that there's a lot of work to do in the following years. So I hope to have the health and the opportunities to be in this country more. Not to mention that I have already a South African, so I think I'm a little bit bound to this country somehow. But yeah, no, definitely. I mean, the idea is to multiply the experience as well in other areas of the country, because as you were saying, for Brazil, South Africa is a huge country. Maybe not the exact population as Brazil, but it's a huge country, and with areas that need judo. I mean, so not only Johannesburg. I mean, actually, recently they have been asking us to. UNHCR has asked us to go in other areas of the country. We were on the border with Zimbabwe. We were working in shelters, so taking judo to shelters where minors are hosted. So, I mean, definitely, I mean, there is a lot of room to take judo everywhere, and I think that's what we need to do in the future. Engage more and more with other partners to do more judo.
Thank you, Roberto. And to come back to something that we did this year, and we started in Zambia, then we moved on a little bit to Malawi and a tiny bit to South Africa, but we did that operation to collect funds to make masks for the local population where it was really an issue. But it gives you also an idea of what we're doing as an international federation to promote, I mean, development and peace building and that atmosphere within the society. Enough to send and to make on spot 20,000 masks that were distributed among the population, refugees, disadvantaged population, and so on. And we have a bit of money which is remaining on that operation, and actually that was decided recently also going to be affected to support one young athlete from Gabon that was severely injured during a competition some years ago, and now he's handicapped, and we're going to use also some part of that money to help him and to get better. So that's the kind of things that we're doing. So, I mean, it's been almost more than an hour that we've been talking. We've been really talkative. It was amazing to be with you all. So we're coming close to an end, and we'll give you the floor to have some kind of conclusions. But I wanted once again, first of all, to thank you, but to say that inside the International Judo Federation, we have many more projects running all over the place on the 5 continents, talking about Judo for Peace. I mean, we have a lot of refugee camp projects. We have, like what you see on the screen now, I mean, peace activities in the extreme south of South America, in Argentina. We have that project in Kilis, Turkey, which was the first refugee camp project on the border with Syria. And we try also to build friendship between Syria and Turkey. And that's in northern Canada. We worked with the Inuit community. So it's also a Judo for Peace initiative that's with the Canadian Judo Federation and the people far north. And that's in Zambia also, when we have a big project. In Livingstone, as on the images here, but we have also Meheba refugee camp. Another camp is about to open, and that's our little kid from the Kilis refugee camp in Turkey. And I will now give the floor to Leandra to tell you a little bit more also about Judo for Children activities.
Okay, talking about children, this year as the International Judo Federation, we also needed to improve ourselves, and because of the global situation. So we developed new IT contests. For example, we had the Great 8. It was a competition where we reached children from the 5 different continents, and we invite them to draw about judo values. We received a lot of nice illustrations, and we had more than 2,000 participants. We also are currently having a competition for that named Judo Fit Kids Golden League. It also invites children from all over the world to exercise themselves at home, especially now during this second lockdown. And about IJF, I can pass the word to Ruben to talk about Judo in Schools program worldwide.
Thank you. I think we as a commission, Nico, Leandra, Esther, Saso, we're doing great things. We are active in 42 countries. We have over 500 judo teachers who are in our programs, and we try to help them with the same philosophy Flavio talked about, Sabrina and me talked about. Roberto is active in the programs. So we're trying to make sure that every kid worldwide is involved with the values of judo at some times of their lives. So if we manage that, we know the world will be a little bit better. All the values we talked about. I think we have over 350,000 participants in all of our programs, and we are trying to nudge them in the right direction. It's a big challenge, but it's great work what we are doing, what we are all doing within the programs of Judo for Children, Judo in schools. We are every day we are challenging ourselves to do the best, to do it better than yesterday, like we teach our children also. I think we can learn from each other. There is, especially when I hear you all talk, Roberto, Sabrina, Flavio, about the things you're doing, we can learn so many things of each other. We can share so many of great examples what we are doing in the world. And I think the judo community is so strong. Sometimes the light is on us, the athletes, the top athletes, Sabrina, Flavio, and me, but the medals are great for sure, but the journey is even greater. And Roberto, you're doing a great journey yourself. It's even better than a medal, what you are doing. The drop in the ocean is so much better than perhaps all the medals. And for Sabrina, don't listen to this speech because you need to win another medal. But in the end, you know what you're doing is when you're building society. You're making society a little bit better. And Roberto, everything you do in South Africa is so great. Nico and Leandra, what you are doing, for sure the lights are on us, but you're part of this journey. Nico, you've done so many great things. Leandra, your vision on the project is so great. So we need to learn from each other, and together we can build a better society. That's the thing. We are, as a commission, Judo for Children, total, with you, with all the help, we can only do this together to make society a little bit better.
Thank you very much, Ruben, and for the kind words, of course. Flavio, what would be your conclusion of that talk today?
No, first of all, I feel so proud of what you're all doing. We have such an amazing and powerful tool to change the world. Judo has such amazing values, our moral code. So we have to be able to take Ruben talked about an amazing number of children learning judo, and we have what Roberto was telling us from South Africa. We are almost sure that almost 100%, if not 100%, most of the kids that he trains will have a better life. And when we talk about judo, it's not about only having a better life for ourselves or for the kids we teach. We know that judo teaches legacy as well. People pass it forward somehow. If they don't teach someone else to do the uchimata, they're going to learn the idea of being better today than they were yesterday, as Ruben was saying. So I think judo has this magic of passing forward what you learn. So I've learned a lot today. I still want to talk a lot with you all. And we have an amazing power tool to change people's world. So let's take it to the most people we can. Congratulations, everyone. I feel honored to be here with you and to be learning with you. Really, for real. Thank you.
Thank you, Flavio. And Roberto, what do you want to say?
Okay, guys. I started the reason why I'm not in Italy, I'm in South Africa, is because I've always had, a taste for traveling and experiencing. I think today it was a very great moment for me, to learn from all of you about all the great achievements we are having through Judo for the World.
And Sabrina, what do you want to tell us? To conclude that amazing discussion.
Maybe at the end, I just want to say, I've always had a lot of luck in life, and I really had the chance to get such education about all these values, and I got inspired by so many people, and I just want to share and to give all these opportunities to people who don't have the chances and who maybe want to get these chances. And I see it as a duty in our life to reach out for them and to give them such kind of sustainability and all these values to like inspire the people who don't have the chances.
Thank you very much. Thank you once again to all of you. I think, Leandra, we've come to an end of our discussion today. I mean, we could stay for hours, for sure. We have a lot to say, a lot to exchange, a lot to get inspired from. But it was really, really brilliant, really nice. Thank you for your time. Thank you for all the ideas that you've shared and for your vision. And it was really, beautiful. I hope, Leandra, you enjoyed it.
Yes, I loved it, and I hope to see you all soon. And I also want to thank everybody to be here with us in this world panel, because it's an international panel. And see you soon.
Hello and welcome to JudoFest 2020. My name is Florin Daniel Lascau. I am IJF Sports Director and Acting Refereeing Director. This session I will do together with Hall of Fame 9 Dan Neil Adams. Hi Neil.
Hey Daniel, nice to see you. Long way away, but we can still do this. But I think we've got a lot of questions that we've got to answer. So let's get straight to the questions if we can and answer them as honestly and as clearly as we can.
Let's do it. We have a first question. Why was Yuko removed? The judo sport is a dynamic sport, and we try to offer judo not just for the judoka, but for the entire world. Therefore, the decision of the IJF Board of Directors was to have 2 scores and 2 penalties. Therefore, we have wazari, which means that is a technique, or half point, and ippon, which is a full point. Therefore, 2 wazaris, 1 ippon, that means end of the fight. And we have also shido. Accumulation of 3 shido will be hansokumake or direct hansokumake. In this case, after we lose koka, also Yuko was removed from the scoreboard. During the Olympic qualification, the IJF tried to do not change, to do not modify any points of the rules. Therefore, we have just a small window after the Olympic Games where we can try another format of the judo contest and of course of the judo rules. We tried after last Olympics to have additional wazaris, but however, it was quite unacceptable for judo tradition that a contest was continuing and finishing sometimes with 3, 4, even 5 or 6 wazari. We tried for 1 year, we have seen how it works, and finally we decide to come back to the traditional scoring of judo, wazari, 1 wazari, half point, 2 wazari, 1 point. Neil, do you want to add something?
No, I think that that was a good way of explaining it, Daniel, and it's that it simplifies it, you know, and for me as a commentator as well, and for the public, I think it makes it a lot easier, doesn't it, to understand as well. I think it was a little bit complicated for people watching from the outside. So a lot simpler now and easier to understand.
Thank you very much, Neil. We have now the third question. How does the referee determine how much time can pass in the transition from standing judo to newaza? The time of activity in newaza, the time of performing a technique, the time needed for development of an action in newaza will be not interrupted by the referee. We have to take in consideration the activity like we are doing also in standing judo, in tachiwaza, also in newaza. As long there is a technique, as long we can see that the fight is active, we will let the athletes continuing. Of course, we have to take in consideration the part of the fight, especially end of the contest, and if this is not a tactical fight or it is a real fight. Neil, I will kindly ask you now to take your partner and together just to show a short demonstration of, for example, sumigaeshi going into taking the leg out between the legs.
So I think that this situation here, Daniel, is a situation where if it's progressive and I'm working, if my opponent has my legs here, if I stay here, it's mate, they will stand us up. But if I am looking as if I can finish this and I'm working really hard here to take this leg out here, I manage to take the leg out and then move in for the osai komi. If it's progressive, then the referee will allow it to carry on. It's only when I stop that the referee will mate it and stand us up.
Thank you very much, Neil. Now we are coming to the videos. We go for the first video, having a look if there is a score or no score. And if it's a score, what kind of score? Blue, it's attacking here with Ostogari, continuing. And we have now a second camera. And the question here is if there is a score or not. We are taking into consideration the landing. And now, due to the technology we have the possibility to have a slow motion or a photo, a slash of the throw. And here we can provide the evidence of this throw. Even in the action was not looking like a score, but watching carefully, we realized that white was landing on the side, therefore Wazari. I would like to ask Neil now to make a short explanation for the situation of landing on the side. Neil, please.
Yeah, I think that the big problem here sometimes, Daniel, is that if it's the wrong angle here, just lay down. If it's the wrong angle, sometimes you cannot see if it's a score or not. But when we go around the other side from the other angle, it shows clearly that they're landing on the side here. Even if it lands on the side, then goes to the front. But the first initial landing is on the side. And the big key here is the arm. And the arm here, if it's in this particular position here, you can see that the side here of the back and all the way down the back there and the leg as well is in contact with the mat. So score, definite score. But sometimes the angle depicts, whether you can see it clearly or not. If you see it from the other angle, it doesn't always look like a score. From the second angle, definitely a score. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Neil. And here we go to the second example, looking if there is a Wazari or Ippon. This was the first camera. As we can see, white is attacking with Kosotogari. And the question is here, Wazari or Ippon? Now, according to the rules we have, the impact decides the score. As Neil was mentioning before, landing on the side, it is Wazari. But rolling from one shoulder to the other one, rolling from the belt to the back, to the shoulders, or from the shoulders back to the belt, depending on technique, we consider Ippon. And here we have a few techniques. In the demonstration of the techniques, in the Nagikomi of the technique, they have the principle of rolling. Neil, I kindly ask you to show us one example.
I'm going to show you one example here is that, first of all, Daniel, if it's in two different sections, so for example, if it goes backside here and then rolls, this is two different movements. Okay, so it lands first and then the opponent puts force in, makes them go onto their back. Two different movements, definite Wazari. And if the landing comes from the bottom and base of the back here, and even though it's soft with the landing, if it rolls onto the shoulders here, then it's what we class as an Ippon. So for example, it goes here and it's soft, but the whole idea is that it's landed here and in one movement, it's gone onto the points of the shoulders or over most of the back. But it's with control with the hands, and we class that. I'll do one more. We class that as a definite from here, Ippon. Soft, but with control, and it's the whole of the back.
Thank you very much, Neil. As Neil mentioned, if the throw is executed with control, with speed and power, even if it's a rolling in the technique, we still consider Ippon. And here we are going to the last example. Judo is a dynamic sport and we have dynamic throws, but the dynamic has to finish with a valuable score. Let's see the landing of this throw and then we will speak about the score of the throw. So we are going now to the third example. Blue, it's attacking to the front and then turning into ouchigari. We have also a second camera from the top, and we have also a third camera. Now, for a very short moment, the referee was almost in the point to give a score, but the consideration of the referee here is the elbow. I would like to show you a picture where the landing is documented by a photo. And in this picture, we can see that the elbow of white is outside. Therefore, no score. Neil, I kindly ask you to make the difference between landing on the side, even the arm is under the body, with elbow under the body or with elbow outside of the body, please.
Okay, this is a prime example, Daniel, of from the first two angles, it looked as if it was a score because it was continuous, but actually it was two different movements. And what happened was here, if we have a look at this first example that we had, this elbow here was out. And we saw that on the third example, didn't we, that we had, but from a different angle, which is why, as referee supervisors, we have three different angles and cameras to look at. Because you see it, first of all, and you think, definite score. Sometimes the referee is in the wrong position as well. But if the arm had been up here with the landing, even if they'd have been on his side and continue back here, then it might have been a score. But with the elbow out, first landing here, and then the second push from his opponent was two different movements, and so no score. But thank goodness for the third angle, because we could have given a score for the wrong movement. But thank you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Neil. And here we can see the hard job of the referees and of the supervisors and refereeing commission, which in a few seconds they have to decide about a score. Due to the technology we have today, as Neil mentioned, we can have the look not just from one camera, but also for a second, and sometimes for 3 or 4 different cameras, 3 or 4 different angles, and therefore we can have the argumentation that this was a score or not a score. I would like to start another set of questions, and the first question is coming from Joao Victor Pinon, asking if it's okay to hold the wrist. Neil, I kindly ask you to go a little bit through the demonstration of the grips which we are taking in judo, and in which case they are allowed or not allowed, please.
I think with when it comes to kumakata, what we're not allowed to do is to take the wrist here, hold the wrist down, whether it's with one hand or 2 hands here. You are not allowed to just take the wrist. The times that we can catch the wrist is, for example, if we're fighting hard here and we're waiting for this hand to come across, and then we take the wrist here. As we throw, same movement, so it's immediate, then it's possible to do it. The other situation might be if, for example, my wrist or my sleeve is being dominated, and again I take the wrist here, not allowed to just take it and push it down and hold it there, but what I would be able to do is to just catch the wrist here and then to throw off it. Immediate attack. It's like all grips. Anything unorthodox, I need to be able to attack immediately.
Thank you very much, Neil. I just got this keyword immediately, and this is actually what we will use later on also during our JudoFest 2020. Now we are going for another question from GFR, which asks us if it's allowed to wear under the gi knee pads or protection. The answer is yes. According to the rules, we can wear protection under the gi, but we have first of all to take care we do not have any metal or hard plastic inside. And secondly, we have to make sure that the opponent can have the possibility to grip our gi without any restriction. Therefore, before the athletes are going on the mat, the IJF Education Commission is doing a judogi control, making sure that the gi, the jacket, the trousers, the belt are in the right dimension. Neil, will you be so kind to show us, just as a short example, how should be a protection?
Yes, surely. Well, Daniel, we've got, like you said, we do strict testing, don't we? And they're very, very strict on this. What we've got here is we've got a pad already underneath here, and I cannot grip anything on that knee whatsoever. If this pad here, if I roll it up just so that we can see it here, if this was down here around the ankle and exactly the same situation there where I couldn't actually grip it, it's not possible to grip, then that's an unfair advantage, obviously, for the opponent. And I think that there's probably a few people asking about it so that they could put some padding on underneath. And of course, Daniel pointed out that nothing metal underneath, immediate honsokamaki, if you wear something metal on your pad, you can't do that. So my suggestion to all of you is make sure that your trousers have enough material in them here, otherwise you will have to take the pad off. They won't allow you to have it on, okay? So you need sufficient room there so that the opponent can take a good grip.
Thank you very much, Neil. In order to avoid any kind of problems on spot before the competition, I kindly ask you to use home sokuteiki, the instrument to measure your gi. Having home the right measurers, you avoid that when you are coming to the judogi control, you don't have to change your judogi, taking a judogi which is not yours, and also to lose your coach on the chair. And now we are going to the next question, which is from Tabea. The question is, when it's going out of the mat, is there or not a shido? We have here two different points of view. First of all, if it's the point when one of the athletes is pushing the other one out, and the other point is when one of the athletes is stepping out. We have here to make sure that if somebody is pushing, we have to have the arguments and the evidence that one of the athletes is really pushing the other one out. If not, the responsibility is for the athlete who is stepping out. Neil, I kindly ask you with your partner to go and to demonstrate what we are meaning with pushing out and stepping out.
I think that if somebody can guide somebody out, so if they're in a good posture, if their head is up, they can guide somebody towards the edge. And people get mixed up with what a push is. For a real pushing action, it's when their head goes down here and really stiff arms, and you can see by the angle here, and they're really edging me up to the top. It's more of a push than me being at the edge here. So a definite, absolute push from my opponent here. So it's posture that certainly is different, because I needn't get caught at the edge. There's no reason to get caught. But if my partner really determined to push me out, the head goes down and you can see it's a totally different angle. Push, off you go, push me out. And that is without a doubt a definite push.
Thank you very much. Neil, I kindly ask you now, together with your partner, to have a short demonstration what we are meaning with being inside or outside. First of all, alone. Would you be so kind to go to the edge and show us your legs inside of the tatami?
Sure. So, I mean, first of all, this definitely inside. 1 foot out here with an immediate move back in would be inside. Either side. So if I come back in immediately, so 1 foot can be out and moving back in here. Both feet in here. If I start any technique, both feet in, fantastic. Okay, so that's what we want. And of course, Daniel, all right, if both feet come out together, then this is definitely out.
Thank you very much. I would like, together with your partner, to show us dynamic without demonstrating a techniques. Just the movement when you stay inside, when you step outside and immediately inside, and of course when you are stepping with both feet outside.
So again, as I was saying, that if my opponent here, if they have the aim to push us out, then everything changes here. But if they're guiding me to the edge here, it is possible for me, even if one foot goes out here, is to come back inside of the area. So one foot goes out, immediately back in, so everything is still in play. If he guides me to the edge here and I get caught on the edge, it's my fault. All right, and so therefore, even if I am from here skipping along the edge here, one foot out, back in, or if both feet come out, definite Shido for me. Even if we come to the edge and I'm skipping along the edge here and then go out, it's my fault and it's me that should get the penalty.
Thank you very much, Neil. You are moving quite well for your age. Not so bad.
Thanks for that. It's your turn next down here.
No problem. Neil, I would like to make sure that our people watching this JudoFest are having the arguments when a technique can be thrown outside even while starting inside. Will you be so kind with your partner to show us the possibility starting inside and finishing outside?
So starting inside, any technique that starts, let's just take Taitoshi for example, my favorite technique, as everybody knows. So say for example I was in a situation where one foot was out. As long as one foot is in, then this is a start inside the area. As long as I do it immediately, 1 and 2, then in for the technique. So it is in. Also, from this situation here, and it might be Kenken, Ouchigari, or it might be Uchimata. If I start from here, hop, 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 and it goes outside, but they land, then it is again a score. It starts inside, and I've seen many techniques that have gone right the way outside and started quite a bit inside the area here. Okay, so they hit with first techniques here, goes out, out, and finish the technique outside, and it counts as in. Is there any other situation that you wanted to see, Daniel?
Yes, Neil, please. I would like that your uke is attacking you with Ouchigari, and I would like to see two different situations. The first situation, Neil, where without any interruption, even you are outside, you continue with Sasaye. And the second, I would like to see that you are stopping the action of Ouchigari, and then from outside you attack with another technique, for example, Osotogari, just to make sure that also as a second opponent who is continuing the action, you can get a score or you don't get a score.
Yeah, so the situation is that if my opponent is attacking me, so we're going out now, okay, so as we go out from here, and then as we're outside of the area, the second technique is mine, but it's continuous, then I am able to score, for sure. And the second situation, what was the second situation?
The second situation was, Neil, that you actually avoid Ouchigari, you are outside, you break the action, and then you start another action. For example, with Osotogari.
Exactly. Okay, so this is where I think a lot of people get mixed up. And we have some very close, don't we, decisions that we have to make on this. So, for example, Ouchigari, my partner attacks Ouchigari, I stop, now and then start the technique from here. It might be osotogari, it might be osotogari on the other side. From here, it stops and then it's a completely new technique that starts from the outside. So a little bit different than my opponent attacking me from here and being a continuous movement, than a partner attack, stop, and then we do a second attack. And we have to differentiate between the two, but I hope we've made an explanation that kind of explains it. So here we can see that the ouchigari here and the stop before the second technique, okay? So it is two separate techniques. It's not one movement. And I think that that is the key point to it. This is two different techniques. You can see the ouchi there, and then the start of the second technique there from the outside. And it's quite clear, Daniel, that the technique is starting from the outside. Both feet are on the outside rather than something continuous like we saw with the sasai.
Thank you very much, Neil. Indeed, we speak now about having one action where one or both athletes are involved, or we are speaking about having two different actions. What we have to make sure it is that the action, the beginning of the action was inside the mat. And Neil's demonstration lead me to the next two video examples we have now. In the first example, we will see that the feet of the athlete are both outside, starting from outside, a new technique, opposite to the second example where we have a continuation. Let's go to the first video now. We have here the situation when white is attacking Uchimata, another technique, and then throwing. It looks like it is one action, but actually it was a stop. After Uchimata, he changed the movement. One more time. And here we have the photo showing us when the second action starts and where. We can see in this picture that white is with both feet outside. So after the first Uchimata, without any continuation, the second action was starting actually with both feet on the red mat. Therefore, this action cannot be continued for score or any other purposes. I would like to go to another video from inside outside, and now we can see that even finishing the action white outside of the mat, because the start of the action was inside, we can consider score. A beautiful action without any interruption. And as you can see, far, far away from the contest area. But let's have a look from the second video. Here we can see white taking the grip and going Uchimata, Kouchi, continuing Uchimata, and then continuing Ouchi, 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 and finally, the throw. And now the big question is where everything started. And fortunately, we can have the evidence that the action started inside. Now you can see that not one, even both feet of white have been inside. One was enough to start the action. And therefore, even the finality of the throw was white outside. We have to consider inside, and in this case also score. Thank you very much, Neil, for the good demonstration of what we are meaning with inside, outside. And we should start with the next block of questions. And the next questions is coming from Jamie, asking us what is a pistol grip. Neil, I kindly ask you to take your partner, your uke, and demonstrate us what is the difference between a classic sleeve grip going into pistol grip.
I think that many people, get a little bit mixed up with pistol grip, hence the question, of course. And I think that what happens is that experienced fighters know how to change a normal grip at the end here into pistol grip. And what happens is that the thumb comes over the top and then catches underneath. So it starts with a traditional grip here, then the thumb releases and then just pops underneath here in order to catch the end of the sleeve. And of course, the danger of this is that it is, of course, so tight around the wrist. I mean, it's great control, but it's cutting off the blood supply, and it's an untraditional grip. So you can't just hold it there. You have to attack with it immediately. So if you were going to do anything like that, you would have to attack immediately. But that's a whole other thing. That's how it happens from the end of the grip there, thumb over, and then capturing and tightening the sleeve around the wrist. That's your traditional pistol grip.
Thank you very much, Neil. Your explanation leads us to the next question, which comes from Yasuyen. If the pistol grip is legal or not legal?
Okay, so again, I kind of led into it, Daniel, in is that it's illegal, but what I would say is that if we had a situation where, and we have it a lot, don't we, high-level kumakata, and we see the matches where they're fighting for the end of the sleeve, fighting for control of the arm. If it did go underneath here into the pistol grip here, if it was an immediate throw from it, then you would probably be okay. And I'm going to ask you, Daniel, whether you would allow that, but I'm putting you on the spot a little bit. But I think that there are situations where we see people like this walking around. It's immediate stop. Anything where you're holding anything untraditional here and you're not attacking immediately, then you're going to be in trouble. So I think that if that is your main aim there, to control this arm, if you went round here, catch, and then attack, then you might get away with it and it would be okay. For me, it would be okay. What about you, Daniel?
Thank you very much, Neil, for taking in discussion again the word immediately. Immediately for us becomes more and more important. And I kindly ask you now to go through unclassics grips like the cross grip, one side grip, two sleeves, two lapel, belt grip, and to show which grips are allowed if we are doing immediately an attack or immediately an throw. Please.
So again, anything that's not sleeve lapel, we get more time to set it up if it's traditional sleeve lapel. Not always possible. So many different grips. So if we were, for example, holding both sleeves here, it would have to be sleeves, either break balance and then to attack immediately off it. The other situation, of course, is one hand cross grip here, two hands on cross grip. We have the two lapels here, and of course not forgetting the very, very strong Korean grip here, which now we know it's very strong because we've fought enough of the Korean fighters who use it all the time. And as soon as they pull the head in here, they have to now attack immediately. Okay, so, and of course the belt grip here, and we just turn around, if we capture the belt here, then it's got to be, whether it's underneath here or over the top, and it can be this side of the head or that side there. If we capture the belt, again, it's got to be immediately attack. They are the different grips, the different kumakata, and they are not traditional, they're not orthodox, but we have to attack immediately. So as you can see here, taking the belt needs immediate attack, and you can't, whether it's underneath or over the top, you can't just hold on to the belt and wait for the right opportunity. That's the thing about unorthodox grip. It has to be unorthodox grips, and then it has to be immediately attacking. Over to you, Daniel.
Your demonstration, Neil, lead me to the next question, close to what we have said now. The question is if we can use two hands on the sleeve for defending. So I kindly ask you to go one more try, explaining that for attacking, you can use the grip, but not for defending.
Yeah, well, there are a couple of situations that I have here is that obviously so many sori komigoshis and siotoshi movements from sleeves here. And we've seen it so often, haven't we, where they're pushing the hands down here just to block out, whether it's one hand here or whether it's two hands, but it's without getting action-reaction. So if we're going to have two hands on, again, immediately we have to attack, which means pushing down, get the reaction, and then to be able to attack off it. And the other thing that comes into mind for me, of course, is, and a lot of people talk about two hands on for defense, for taking hands off to dominate the sleeve. And there is nothing that you can do, whether if you've got two hands on one side here, whether it's knock off or whether it's to break off, you cannot do it. Okay, so it has to be to take it off and then to attack immediately. And can you think of any other situations, Daniel, that you want me to point out there with two hands defending?
I kindly ask you to go when you catch the lapel and the collar. Also the situation of defending, not attacking, but defending with a Korean grip. How are we calling?
Yes, I mean, there's several, we have to, I think as supervisors, we're looking to see if people are taking a kumakata for positive reaction, because the thing is if you have strong kumakata, then you take the grip, and what you want to do is you want to attack. But if I am just stopping my opponent either here or here by blocking out, if I am just blocking out for the sake of blocking out, then it's negative. And of course, that means that for this here, and it's a really strong grip, the Korean grip is really strong, and when they pull your head in here, if they're just walking around and just tapping away at the legs, it is a negative judo, so the whole idea is that whatever grip it is here, is that we can attack off it. And the main aim, of course, is what we are looking for as supervisors. Our main aim is that they're trying to score ippon. So whether it is a cross grip, whether it's defending, whether it's whatever, blocking out, it's all about being positive. Daniel, anything else to add to that?
No, there's nothing to add concerning the kumikata on the upper part of the body, but we are coming now to the kumikata under the belt. And we have the question here from Lobanitze, if we can touch accidentally the trousers. Generally, according to our rules, there is no grip under the belt allowed, especially no grip under the belt which are affecting us in the throwing process of the opponent. According to our rules, each kind of grip under the belt is immediately penalized. There are some situations where there's nothing to avoid. In this situation, we have to handle very well, going, for example, for a positive score, not watching so much to the grip under the belt. Of course, if there is ippon, there is ippon. If there is wazari, and however, one of the opponents, in this case, uke, was gripping under the belt, it can be the situation where we are giving wazari for one athlete and shido for the athlete who was gripping under the belt. I would like to let now this question open also for the future. and we are coming in the new rules with examples and videos where we show how we can deal with this situation. I will go to the next question, and the next question, it is about to pass the head under the armpit of the opponent. We have to answer this question to Binta, who is asking us if one of the opponents has a regular grip, a classic grip, it is allowed for the other one to pass his head under the grip.
Okay, well, I can say to you, Binta, that it's not. You can't do it. So if your head is being controlled here and you duck underneath here to avoid the strong grip, then it's definitely a penalty. You will definitely be penalized. If, for example, you ducked underneath the head and then attacked immediately, then that would be okay. And so you need to think of something positive, because if you did duck underneath in order to attack, you would have to attack properly, not just putting the leg across. It has to be a strong attack. Okay, so the answer to your question, no to just ducking under, definite penalty. Duck under, here, attack. You will, if it's a strong attack, get away with it. Okay. So again, as you can see, it's all about being positive. And it means that if your head is being controlled, if you go underneath the arm, then you are going to be penalized. The referee will stop you. If you go underneath the arm and then attack, and it's a strong attack as well, then you will get away with it, and it will count as a proper attack. So make sure it's a strong attack. Daniel.
Thank you very much, Neil. Thank you very much. We are continuing now with the last question for Kumikata. I have a question from Fan B Nils. Will positive Kumikata below the belt ever be allowed? Now, I will not hand over to Neil to show me a positive Kumikata under the belt. I'm quite confused by this question. First of all, I would like, if possible, that Neil's Fan B will send me a video from competition, a realistic video, where he can show me a positive Kumikata below the belt. But we are going now to the next block, and next block will focus on Kansetsu Waza, and especially part of Kansetsu Waza is applying of Kansetsu Waza in the frame of the rules. The first example will focus on Udegarami. Neil, I kindly ask you to go to answer for James Stewart the next question about Udegarami, especially on the back of uke. Where is Udegarami allowed and where is forbidden?
So I think that Udegarami is allowed if it's arm entanglement. So from here, this, for example, is allowed. I think what is not allowed here from here is if we twist the arm up towards the back, and we've seen it many times where they're really cranking this arm up here towards their head and twisting the wrist at the same time. And of course, it's not applying pressure to the elbow here, but it's applying pressure to the shoulder. Anything that's dangerous to the shoulder is not allowed. Okay, so is allowed here. Well, this is an Udegarami movement here when it comes up behind the back and they start to pull this up towards the head and they start to twist the arm. That's not allowed. So look at the general Udegarami movement there. That is allowed. This is what's not allowed. You can see here that the amount of pressure that must be on that shoulder here, and when they start to crank on it, of course, that's where injuries start. And we don't want any injuries, that's for sure. Daniel.
Thank you very much. Taking in consideration the safety of judo, safety for tori and safety for uke, we are going now to the next question concerning flying jujigatame. The question from Arthur, it is a flying jujigatame or sankaku jime, legal or not? First of all, I have to clarify that a flying sankaku jime I haven't seen until now. So this is also a big question for me to Arthur to send me a video just to be on the same page. But Neil, will you be so kind to show to all our judo community the danger, the big danger of tori by a flying jujigatame?
Well, I think that there's two dangers here, Daniel. The first one, of course, is the person applying the flying jujigatame, they go so high up into the air, and it tends to be, the execution's very quick. So as they go up in here, you can see here that to apply it, he's going to be throwing the hips forwards, I might collapse, and my arm is straight. But the other danger is, of course, the person executing the jujigatame falling onto the back of their neck here, and if I fall on top of them as well, all my weight goes on top and can end in a really bad injury. Neck injury, shoulder injuries, and safety is the key, and we don't want that. So that's why we don't have the flying jujigatame anymore.
This was a very nice explanation, Neil. Thank you very much. And I would like to close the set of questions for submissions with the last question from Jerk. There is a last question in this block of questions concerning standing submissions. Now, being a sport, we have to take in consideration that we have to protect tori and uke. This makes the difference between us and the martial arts. In terms of safety, we have to take also in consideration that judo is not done just by seniors, but also by juniors and cadets. It is our responsibility to show a sport where is judo techniques to apply, where we can do judo techniques without injuring ourselves or the opponent. And this leads me to the next two video examples, Neil. I would like, together with you, to go to the two examples we have now. The one example is for applying the groups of Seoyotoshi, Seoinage, Sodetsuri, Komigoshi sometimes, which can lead to Kansetsuwaza injuries, to illegal Kansetsuwaza in Tachiwaza.
Yeah, I think we see so much, don't we, Daniel, on the international scene now that, of course, a lot of Sodetsuri, Komigoshi and Seoyotoshi movements. And what happens is, especially when they can't get two hands on, and in order to make an immediate attack, sometimes they will just turn in and the arm is straight. So it means that the hips are across, and you can see that I'm starting to apply pressure here to the hand. And the other thing is that sometimes, because they can't get the second hand on here, they take hold with both hands. So it doesn't always go over the top. Sometimes it's just applying pressure here and making sure that I get an attack in. All right, this is one of the key situations. And the second one is where they wrap up an arm completely here. Sometimes as well what they do is that they'll take hold of the lapel here, and then what they'll do is just stick the hips across here, and you can see that it really applies pressure here to the arm and to the shoulder, especially if you haven't got a second grip on in order to do your kazushi. So two very important situations that we see a lot on the international circuit.
Thank you very much. I think with this demonstration, we also answered the question before. And also we have two videos from international competition from the World Judo Tour from this year, actually, where we can see this. Please watch the movement of the white athlete. It was a start of a Seoyotoshi or Seoinage, but without having classic grips, but using the grip on one arm of the opponent and then with the shoulder pushing down. I kindly ask you for one more time video from the first. One more time the first video, please. And here, please have a look especially to the final part of the action. And we have in three different pictures, we have the progression of this action Here you can see double grip on the sleeve or end of the arm. The continuation in the next picture, pressing the elbow. As you can see, blue do not have any realistic chance to escape. It cannot be avoided. And also we cannot speak here about a throw. This is one group of techniques. And we have another group of techniques which Neil very nice demonstrate, that the techniques where we are using the hip, ogoshi. In this case, taking over the grip, over the elbow and forcing the opponent to fall, but not by executing a clean Kodokan judo technique, but by forcing the elbow or the shoulder. Would you be so kind to show me the video for this example? We are going here, as you can see, blue is going with the leg inside, with the arm over the arm of white, with the purpose of making and throwing action. But as you can see, and I kindly ask you one more time, exactly. Here you can see that white had no chance to avoid the dangerous grip of blue, and also blue do not have tukumikata. I would like to point one more time, judo is a sport, it's an Olympic sport. We have rules which help us to have a safety sport. Because of those reasons, kumikata is very essential. Correct kumikata is essential. And kumikata, where we can damage, where we can put in danger our opponents, are forbidden. And finishing this block, I would like to go to the next questions we have in the end of this session. And I would like to start with the next question. Where is Tachiwaza? Where is Newaza? Neil, I kindly ask you with your partner just to go in a short progression from standing, from Tachiwaza, going down with one knee, with the second knee, with the elbow, and when with a second elbow.
So, Tachiwaza, obvious. And if my opponent is down on one knee, Tachiwaza, because I can still attack, and two knees. We're still in a situation here where it's possible for me to attack and to score. One hand down here, and it's still a throwing position for me. Still, I'm able to come into a situation where maybe I can get a score. The Newaza situation, elbows down here, is if the elbows are down on the floor here. So even from this situation here, if I picked my opponent up to here and then came in, it would be from a Newaza situation. So if it begins here and the hands or knees, elbows, are down on the floor, then it is Newaza attack. And it means now that I can attack. And anything that I do, even if I take my opponent backwards, or even if I take my opponent for a sumagaeshi movement, it will still be a Newaza situation if it begins with the elbows down. Did that explain it okay, Daniel?
Thank you very much, Neil. This helped me to clarify the answer for the next question from Antpeo. The question is, what is the moment when Tachiwaza changed into Newaza? And I kindly ask your uke to stay first flat on the mat. This is a clear Newaza situation.
This is a clear Newaza situation. Onto the knees, clear Newaza, both elbows down.
And now we have to be very, very clear. From here, in the moment uke start to stand up, is going up, this we are starting to speak again about Tachiwaza.
Yes, exactly. So, I mean, this is where I think a lot of people, Daniel, get mixed up, because as soon as they start to stand up, and this is what we've said here, is that it leaves it open for me to attack. It is then tachiwaza. So one of the good things, I think, for our progression with the rules is that from a complete newaza situation, especially if I have a grip kumakata here, if they start to stand up here, then possible to attack. Then it is tachiwaza.
Thank you very much, Neil. The last question from the JudoFest 2020, it is about the gi, the uniform. I would like to make very sensitive the article from Nicholas Messner, who explained the role of the judogi, the judo uniform. And here we have the question about why make it thicker, the judogi, or not? Why you let like this? Now, before I give the answer to Neil, I would like to take in consideration that our athletes are going from minus 48 to plus 100 kilograms. So we have to design a uniform which can cover all the possibilities, all the forces, the activity, the techniques can be done with this uniform. Neil, would you be so kind to help me with this last question?
Sure. Well, as you pointed out, Daniel, the thickness of the material is because of lightweight right the way through. It has to be able to adapt to all weight categories. But the interesting thing is, Daniel, is that, and I've done randori with people wearing karate gis, thinner material. And thinner material is just as dangerous. And you think, oh, well, it's easier to grip. But it isn't, because quite often what happens is, if they start to turn and you've got your fingers caught in the thinner material, or they pull away from you here, then often they can really damage your hands. So thinner material as well is not a good thing. So this is why the actual thickness of the material is fairly standard right the way through.
So, Neil, this explanation concludes our part of JudoFest 2020. I cannot believe that we spent in more than 1 hour so much time together and so many information we exchange. Working with you make my life much easier. In the end, I would like to say in the name of the IJF executive, in the name of the IJF and all commissions, a very big thank you to all judo family around the world. I would like to congratulate and thank you for this difficult year, 2020. I would like to wish you happy holidays, a healthy and successful 2021. Neil, thank you very much for working with you. And I also want to say thank you very much to the colleagues from Fighting Films, making possible recording and having a very nice live transmission from this 2020 Judo Fest.
Daniel, this has been an absolute blast. For us, it's always our pleasure, it's our passion. And we hope that you've got a lot out of it and that we've answered a lot of your questions. And so I just, with Daniel, like to wish you all happy holidays. And I know it's been a very difficult year. It really has been a difficult year for everybody. 2021 is going to be good for us all. Make it happen, and we'll see you all out there. And from Daniel and myself, it's goodbye for now.
Hello, JudoFest 2020. Good morning, good evening, and good night to all of you guys joining us around the world, and welcome to the Judo in a Pandemic panel discussion. My name is Grace Goulding, and today we want to talk about how this year has affected the judo community, Judo family, as well as the sporting community around the world as a whole. I'm pleased to be joined today by Vlad Marinescu, Chief Media and Marketing Officer for the IJF, Antonio Castro, the Chair of the IJF Medical Commission, two-time Olympic medalist and world judo champion Jimmy Pedro, and world and European medalist Martina Tridos. Welcome, everyone. Thank you guys so much for joining me today. We technically have a fifth panelist. Paola Pareto will be joining us. We're going to show a brief clip of an interview we did with her yesterday on her experiences on both as an athlete and a doctor.
Hola, buenos días. Estamos aquí con Paola Pareto, campeona olímpica de Argentina. Paola, ¿cómo estás?
Bien, muy bien. Buenos días.
Buenos días, gracias. Bueno, hoy hablamos solo un poquitito sobre tu trabajo como médica en esta situación, en la pandemia, cómo te afecta tu trabajo que haces.
Yo soy médica y estoy en el área de traumatología, por lo cual tal vez no estamos en la línea de contacto directo con los enfermos de COVID, no los atendemos directamente, pero sí estamos muy en contacto con muchos pacientes. Muchos de nuestros pacientes han sido infectados, por lo cual lo primordial en el hospital es cuidarnos obviamente nosotros con un montón de medidas preventivas para así cuidar al resto de los pacientes que tratamos, porque las urgencias siempre están y lo que uno tiene que tener cuidado es el que viene de afuera, si tal vez está infectado o no está infectado, para no infectarse uno y a su vez para no infectar al resto de los pacientes y obviamente para no salir y ser una fuente de contagio. Así que como nos mantuvimos el trabajo en el hospital fue un poco diferente en cuanto a eso, a los protocolos de seguridad que fuimos teniendo. Y después, en mi caso en particular, para relacionarlo con la parte deportiva de por sí, teniendo hisopados de por medio y bueno, entrenando en determinados periodos y después yendo al hospital en otros periodos como para tampoco enfermar a mis compañeros. Así que nada, dividiendo los meses en un periodo de entrenamiento bien fuerte y en un periodo más estando en la parte del hospital. Así que así fueron estos meses para mí, con muchos hisopados y bueno, dividiendo entre entrenamiento y la parte médica. Lo más complicado en esta pandemia creo que fue el hecho de tener que dejar de ver a mi familia, a muchos de mis amigos, principalmente a mi familia. Yo soy muy familiera y creo que lo más complicado fue eso, porque si bien la parte médica nosotros estamos acostumbrados, al médico le gusta hacer lo que hace, a mí me encanta hacer lo que hago y estaría ayudando siempre en donde necesite, por más que tal vez haya muchos riesgos, pero sí el miedo mío era contagiar a mi familia, por lo cual muchos médicos, o sea, me ha pasado a mí y le ha pasado a muchos colegas, amigos, que han tenido que dejar de ver a la familia, muchos con hijos, tal vez que dejaban de verlos por cuidado de ellos mismos, ¿no? Y nada, es como uno hace lo que le gusta y nunca nos vamos a quejar, sino que es algo que está bueno. Pero bueno, este año en particular, el hacer eso que a nosotros nos gusta, nos apasiona y lo hacemos con placer, nos costó por otro lado de que al salir de hacer eso que nos gusta, tampoco podíamos disfrutar a nuestra familia. Entonces yo creo que a mí por lo menos fue lo que más me pesó este año, el tener que dejar de compartir muchos momentos con familia, con amigos y nada, con cuestiones que lo sacan a uno de lo laboral, que creo que hay que siempre hacer un equilibrio entre el trabajo y el tiempo, digamos, de descanso, de ocio, que en mi caso era con la familia. Así que puedo destacar eso. Este año lo que más me costó fue tener que dejar de ver, o ver un poco menos tal vez, o con otra distancia a mi familia.
Bueno, y si podrías decir una cosa importante para deportistas y personas en todo el mundo, ¿qué les sugeriría a quienes que quieren mantenerse fuertes en casa?
Creo que lo importante de esta pandemia, de este año, yo tomé como positivo el hecho de que en cualquier lugar y cualquier situación uno puede superarse en el día a día. Yo pasé muchos meses que no pudimos salir a entrenar y sin embargo entrené en casa y siempre haciendo algo, y creo que la clave fue querer superarme a mí misma, digamos, en el día a día. Se habían suspendido todas las competencias, incluso los Juegos Olímpicos, por lo cual tal vez no había un objetivo fijo deportivo, pero mi objetivo cuando me levantaba era ser un poco mejor ese día que el día previo, hacer cosas nuevas, intentar mejorarme en mi casa o en donde sea. Yo siempre digo que lo más importante es dar el 100% de cada uno, sea cual sea ese 100%. O sea, tal vez mi 100% en mi casa no era el mismo que el 100% cuando voy a entrenar con mis compañeros en un dojo o en una competencia, pero bueno, es el 100% de lo que pude dar ese día, y creo que fue la clave para ir pasando la pandemia y para ir estando en casa, manteniéndome activa y sin bajar los brazos, digamos, superándome a mí misma en el día a día.
Thank you, Paula, again for taking the time to talk to us. Again, for those of you just joining in, welcome to the Judo in a Pandemic panel discussion. Piggybacking off of what Paula said, I'd like to bring in Antonio Castro and ask you, hearing what Paula had to say about her experience as a doctor, can you relate to those?
Yeah, thank you, Grace. It's a very good pleasure to stay with all family judo today. When we hear experience from Paula, she inspires us, because we work very hard this year in this situation. From the beginning, we need to know exactly what happened with this virus, how come we detected the transmission is very high transmission. At the beginning, a lot of patients died. Now the protocols are very good and increase the health of the infected people. But in case of judo, it was very hard. But all judokas show us they are very strong. They work very hard with their mentality. It's very important in this situation, the mental health. But the judokas are very strong on that. They find a way to training themselves at home, and they, in front of this situation, they show to the world what judo can do in this experience. We work from the beginning very hard, from the perspective from our medical commission and from the executive committee, from our president, ask for create the protocol to start to competition again, or to start to practice at the beginning, to start to practice judo at the beginning. After that, we try to see in the future. We try to go again to our competition, to our schedule. We have a good experience with that. A lot of people work very hard on that. All the federations, French Federation, Portuguese Federation, all from our medical commission, we see what happened with the World Health Organization, the risk assessment from World Health Organization, that he suggests what happened in the sport. And we try to see a lot of points for our competition. We can talk in this time about our experience in Budapest, for example, our first big competition. We try to see the nature of the event, if the event is national or international, how much risk is to have international participants, what can we do to mitigate the risk of people, the risk from the equipment, from the venue, what happened with the local regulations. We try to find a real protocol to work and to have a good tournament to a low risk. But in the case of Paula, I come back to Paula because her experience has a particular point of view, because she is a doctor and also she is a judoka, and she have a risk from the hospital, and she learned everything about the risk from the hospital, from the patient, from her work. And at the same time, She practiced judo. She tried to train in judo. She tried to combat to the competition. She dreamed to go again to the Olympic Games. It's they inspire all the judo world. That's what I want to say about this.
Absolutely. And we have with us another judoka training for the Olympics, Martina Tridos for Team Germany. Can you tell us what your experience has been like training in this pandemic?
Well, I think you just have to be a little bit more creative, but you will always find a way to work on something, to improve, to get better and to prepare yourself for the Olympics. For sure, it's not the same way as it was before. You don't have as many partners. Maybe there are times you cannot go on the mat, but you will always find something to work on.
And Martina, you also competed under COVID protocols. Can you tell us a little bit about what that was like compared to normal competition?
Well, first of all, I have to say I'm very impressed with the organization of the tournaments. While I wasn't competing in Budapest, our federation didn't want to take the risk, but we were competing in the European Championship in Prague, and it was so professional. We arrived there by car, and after that we had the first COVID test. We already had the 2 COVID tests before. And then just before the competition, I had another one after the competition. And I think it was really, really professional from the beginning until the end. I didn't see there any risk. We were wearing all the time the mask in the competition area, only not on the warm-up area and on the mat. But I felt quite safe due all the tests. And I think the risk was less big than going to the supermarket.
We're glad to hear that. And Vlad, as someone who was on the ground here in Hungary planning with these COVID protocols, can you tell us maybe what the biggest challenge or how you went about creating these protocols with the local federation?
Thank you, Grace. First of all, hello, everybody, and hello, dear panelists. It's a pleasure to have the opportunity to use technology in this difficult time to connect with one another, share some experiences, and even see old friends and have a little bit of fun with it. It has been a terrible pandemic that went across the entire world. We were not prepared for something like this. And how do we engage and represent and support the judo community around the world with content and with activities that can enable them to exchange, to be safe, and to stay interacting with their friends around the judo world? So we tried different types of projects, specifically on social media and on all types of other media, to start creating different types of series and different types of video compilations to make sure that we were well feeding the judo community around the world with different video content, the summaries of the weight categories, interviews, lives with different stars, analysis. We made Judo Fit, which was the idea that all of the judoka around the world are home and they have the possibility to share their trainings with the rest of the judo community. And this was a movement toward being able to allow the entire judo community, while not being able to be in the dojo, but from home, to still compete and still interact, and of course, most importantly, stay safe and stay healthy. Not only physically healthy, but also mentally healthy. Besides the Judo Fit, I'm happy to say that we did launch Budapest, as Antonio just mentioned, under a very strict protocol that allowed us to ensure the safety of the athletes and the participants at the highest level possible, with association and help from the National Federation of Hungary, all national federations from around the world with participating teams, which now, by the way, I'm pleased to share with you that it's the protocol that has been shared not only inside the judo community and for all judo events, but also to help the entire Olympic movement and other sport federations and other governments around the world to see how we were able to do it. Definitely having the values of judo and the discipline of our judoka helped a lot with ensuring that our bubbles were safe and protected. Just one more thing I want to add, Grace, is about the kids. We have been concentrating also to create some content for the judo kids out there. So we had the grade 8 competition that was drawing the values of judo, which was participated in by 150 plus countries from around the world, where kids could draw how they would understand the different values of judo. And currently we're live with Judo Fit Kids, that allows kids to unlock achievements online in an IJF platform when they are completing certain tasks, whether they be physical or whether it be reciting the values of judo. The cards that they're unlocking, of course, have a special surprise from the world champions that are signed with a quote or a motivation sentence for the judo kids around the world to enjoy.
Thank you, Vlad. It's great to hear that judo's a pioneer and able to help other sports get back into action. Now, Jimmy, coming to you about you've heard the COVID protocols on how we compete, but I'm interested on a local level. What are the protocols that you have for your dojo that you implement?
Well, running a dojo through the pandemic has been very, very difficult. And as judoka, we always have to find new ways to do things, to adapt, to overcome, and to deal with whatever situation we're dealt with, right? And I think that's what judo has taught all of us, right? When things get difficult or you come up against the wall, you have to figure out how to solve that challenge. So in America, at least, especially where I live, we have a very strict governor. We have a very strict region. We follow the science in Massachusetts. And, for a period of time, we were shut down. So during the shutdown, I had 240 judo students before COVID hit. And those are recreational students that train at my academy. And I had to find a way to engage with those students, to give them some sort of sense of positivity and to continue their judo lessons, because I run my school as a business. And if I am not able to keep my students coming, then my staff doesn't have a source of income. So one of the first things we did right away was we implemented a free judo gi program to all of my students. So we figured everybody's going to be stuck at home. One thing we can do to continue the judo lessons is to offer a free judo gi to every child or every student at my academy, so that therefore they would automatically have somebody to train with at home, whether it's a mother, a father, a sibling, whoever, that could still continue to do judo lessons. And then we also had to improvise by creating Zoom online training. So what would happen is my instructor would go to the dojo, he would set up his camera, and he would run judo lessons for all the kids training at home. And it was a regular judo class. It was 30 minutes to 45 minutes each lesson. And the kids would all follow judo at home and take the lessons. And we kept them on pace with their curriculum. We had to find new ways to train. So if a kid didn't have a parent or a partner to work with at home, then we did shadow uchikomi, we did shadow drills. Of course, we did lots of fitness. We still talked about the importance of, developing good character, staying positive, setting goals, being respectful at home, helping your parents out. And we kept them on their curriculum so that they continued to receive their promotions through COVID. So we took attendance as if it was a regular class. We had the kids do 15-minute private lessons with the instructor to show their techniques so that they could, be graded for their next promotion. And then we got creative, and for the ones that live close to the dojo, we actually dropped off their promotions and their certificates in their mailbox. And some of them we just mailed. But we had to keep judo going, and it's obviously evolved. We have a lot of different levels of judo at my school. So I have a toddler program for the ages of 2 to 4 years old. And now that, we're able to operate at 40% capacity, we still have to maintain social distance. We've separated our mat, and we've put our mat into 2 meter by 2 meter boxes. So every person is social distance because they stay in their own colored box during judo training. And the parent and the child sometimes come together because they're from the same family and they can stay separated. Other times the child's in the box by themselves. But we had to implement really strict protocols. Everybody had to fill out an online form questionnaire before they came to class, confirming that they haven't been exposed to COVID. When they come in the dojo, they get a temperature check. Right there by assistant instructor, temperature checks everybody. No parents are allowed in the dojo that aren't participating in any classes, so we minimize the number of people that come in. We have a hand sanitizing station when they come in the dojo, and then nobody interacts with anybody. They just come in, they bow, they go to their section, they have their water bottle, everybody wears a mask, and they just stay in their section and they take class. As soon as class is over, the whole mat gets vacuumed, the whole mat gets sanitized, washed down, and then 30 minutes later, the next class begins. And we're running, 6 to 8 classes every single day, social distance type classes at my academy for those that want it.
we still have a bunch of people that aren't comfortable coming into an indoor location. And so for those students, we actually run at-home Zoom classes. So the student can still to participate. And what we found out is that the Zoom class has to be done specifically for the people that are at home. You cannot run a class with 10 kids in the class and also try to service the Zoom kids, because the Zoom kids tend to get left out, the ones that are training from home. So we do run specific classes for the kids that are learning online, so that instructor is forced to interact with that online student, and they get a chance to come up, demonstrate their skills in front of everybody. It's important to highlight the students and give them an opportunity to get better. On the higher end of the spectrum, the adult elite classes, we're fortunate that a lot of them live together in the same housing unit. So for those people, they're already exposed to each other. We are allowing those people to do contact judo because, they're all tested. They're all following the protocols, but when they come on the mat, they are training with masks, but they are doing full randori sessions. And we have a group of about 10 athletes that are training this way and have been training this way since the beginning of COVID.
Martina, is it the same? Is it the same in your dojo?
Well, in the beginning, we had the full lockdown, so everyone was practicing as good as they could at home. After a while, we were practicing only with one partner at a time. So we had the appointments on the mat from 7 until 8 o'clock, and everyone could stay for 1 hour on the mat. And then afterwards it was cleaned and 30 minutes in between, so the next people could come. So we didn't have a big contact with all of the other partners. So this stayed like this for 1 or 2 months. Right now we're having little groups with 20 people. But this can change as well soon, because we're having right now the second lockdown, But as Jimmy already said, everything is possible. Really impressed what they did, everything on the mat, also with the kids. And I think right now it's only the people who are in the national team who can be on the mat, and not all of them. So this is also, and the other ones are having Zoom meetings.
Antonio?
No, I want to say the experience for Martina and Jimmy was very nice also, because we rebuild our practice of judo. A lot of initiative coming from this difficult moment. For example, I remember Pan American Confederation, or Continental Confederation, create judo at home. Judo at home have opportunity week to week, every week, every day, maybe 2 or 3 times per week. Referees, trainers, about health, about everything, about experience from everybody. And we create judo at home, and judo at home help us to start again our activities inside the judo. I want to say for us it's very important, the health. No one can joke about the health of the athletes. The athletes, it's most important for us. That's why the IJF established strict measures. Everybody go to the bubble, everybody go from the airport to the hotel, and we try to don't have a risk. It's true we don't have spectators, but the most important for us is try to stay safe for our athletes, for our trainers, our staff, everybody. Naturally, the possible scenarios has been studied and prepared. That's why in the future we have again next year our schedule for come back to the competition. For example, I want to say something. The equipment that we use, we not only the disinfect table, we use disposable materials. The catering, for example, we using disposable papers, cups for tea, for coffee in the venue. The ventilation for filters, regular cleaning, keeping surface dry, applying special solution for the tatami, restricting access to the areas, and the hotel the same, the transportation the same. And we learn a lot from the last tournament in Budapest. For example, we amended the protocol for sure. Now athletes can order food from the outside. Automated document handling, new website where delegation can upload the PCR test and other required documents. We can pre-check, less paperwork, less crowding, better lab reported methods. Also automated via our website. We learn and we change a lot from Budapest Grand Slam tournament, and for sure in the future we can start to see what happened with the vaccines, with vaccinated people, how to handle to some vaccines need to be given two times to be effective. They have different period until they become effective. They have a different period until they are effective. I try to say that we recreate again a protocol. Protocol is very dynamic. No protocol we can change a lot. We hope in the future we can speak more about the protocol. But the most important thing for us from our medical perspective, from our medical commission, is how Judo Family face this situation. We are very happy how the people create a lot of innovation methods to come back to the practice. That is one of the most important things in this experience that we learn from this critic period.
So, Antonio, I had a question for you. This is the billion-dollar question. Everybody wants to know. Will the Olympics in Tokyo, in your opinion, happen? Do you think that's what percentage is it likely that you think the Olympics is going to happen? And would it be possible just to mandate that every athlete competing in the games it gets vaccinated prior to coming to Tokyo? Is that the plan?
Yes, I think it's a good question. I want to say something. Our dreams come true. We need to stay in the Tokyo. We need to have a tournament in Tokyo for our athletes, for all of you, for all our family. For sure, I think I am very positive about this. I am very positive because the scientific world have a very good work. We have a lot of vaccines, protocols, and I think next year, for sure, we have a tournament in Tokyo. We hope also, not only tournament, we hope the fanatics, the people, spectators in Japan. Everybody know what happened in the judo in Japan. This is an important tournament. In all the competitive program in Japan, the judo going to be the best for sure. We hope we have Olympic Games and we have a vaccine. I think our athletes need to think positive about the future. Need to see the Olympic Games. We have Olympic Games for sure, and they can compete and they can win this medal and they can stay in this place, a special place for judo, like Japan.
Jimmy, I dare to be a little bit more firm about it. I think that the likelihood of the Olympic Games taking place is almost a certainty. So Martina, you can be happy as well. I think that because of the experience that we had as well as judo, the protocol and the IOC has been watching how we made the judo event. They've been watching how the other international federations have started the tournaments again. I think we can be sure that our athletes can show their best at the Olympic Games. They've been preparing for this moment for such a long time that it'll be fantastic. I think the only big question is, will there be spectators in the venue? Not will the games happen. On the other hand, I really enjoyed, Jimmy, your presentation of what you're doing for the judo lessons, and it just brings me back to understanding that, judo is more than just a physical sport. It's a community and it's a family. It's an educational program based on values, and you're showing that you have exactly what to teach those kids when they're home that make them better humans and make them more mentally healthy and make them able to interact with their friends. I think that was fantastic. So I want to come back to you, Jimmy, with one question. Will all this training with masks result in a better performance in Tokyo when they don't have to wear their masks?
I wish that was the result. We'd wear masks all the time, so to guarantee success. But No, it actually makes you a better conditioned athlete. It's definitely harder to train with a mask than it is to train without. So unquestionably, it makes it more difficult to breathe. It makes the training harder. You see kids trying to pull the mask down all the time just to get oxygen during training. But I don't think it's going to make them better judo players, but maybe more physically fit.
Because judo definitely is very important, not only the physical part, also the mental aspect, right?
I think the one thing that COVID has made us realize is that there's a whole new opportunity to help educate people online, and that there's actually a big demand for it out there. If you think about people who live in remote areas that don't have access to a judo dojo or an instructor that can help them reach that next level, online learning is an absolutely perfect tool to help educate people and bring them in the door and introduce them to judo. And so Travis Stevens and I have launched an American Judo System, which is an online learning tool. And it's aimed really at the novice judoka, introducing them to, the character development of the sport, why you should train judo, how it helps your mind, how it helps your body become a more confident individual. But at the same time, it's forced us to break down our training to the very basic level where you have to learn, by yourself at home. Judoka, we're so used to having partners and training people to work out with when we go to a school. Typically, the first thing besides falling you learn is how to hold the gi and how to fit in and do uchikomis with your partner or learn techniques with a partner. And what we've done is we've broken it down to the basic movements where you're just learning the foot techniques of an ochigari or a taiotoshi or an ogoshi, and then how to use the hands and the feet together. Then we use training bands, and we have a sequential way for these people to learn and train at home and get better at the sport. Because there are a lot of adults who maybe did judo years ago who have a little kid and they want to teach them judo, but there's nowhere near them that they can go. There's no judo academy for them to learn. So we've brought that training online, and it's really sort of helped us revolutionize and introduce judo to a whole new group of people.
Well, Pedro, judo, the way of adaptability, you've absolutely proved that. And like you mentioned, you always need, it's a combat sport that needs other people, which would lead me to Martina, competing on the elite level. How was it, being there, competing, but no spectators?
Well, I think everyone will agree that fighting in Paris or fighting with their home crowd is amazing. But I have to admit, I didn't mind. I was so much in my judo tunnel, fighting tunnel, I really didn't mind not having the spectators there. Of course, Paris will be always special with all the spectators inside. But like this, the most important thing is that we could do what we love and, could do judo.
Without question. I mean, the ability to do judo, whether there's spectators or not, just the fact that you get to compete, you get to step out on the mat and do that, it's remarkable, because the alternative is really depressing, right? So I applaud the IJF. I applaud all you guys did to help make this happen. It's so important that athletes get the opportunity to listen. They're all young, they're all healthy, they're all fit, and if they're able to do it safely and not expose others to the virus, why can't we compete? Right? So I applaud everything you guys have done, and it's been an amazing thing to see. We can see live judo now anytime, every tournament that goes on, we're able to watch it as if we were there. So we thank you guys for all you've done for the sport, and we hope it just continues to grow.
Vlad, would you like to tell us what the Judo family has to look forward to?
Thank you, Grace. I think that, as Antonio has mentioned, the COVID protocol is in force. We have the calendar that it will be published very soon for next year before the Olympic Games. We have lots of exciting tournaments coming through where the protocol will be enforced. And I think that, as Jimmy said, the idea of being a judoka and not being able to actually compete is probably one of the biggest issues resulted from the COVID pandemic. Now, with the new events taking place in a safe way, we're able to see those amazing judo matches take place. And I think that all the judo community and the judo family is happy to see their favorite athletes and great judo. So we have a lot coming forward. And as well, of course, preparing for the Olympic Games. We'll be preparing highlights and trailers and category reviews and lots of really fun media in order to get everyone ready and up to speed and up to date with the judo stars around the world.
Well, happy to see the positive attitude from all the panelists here. And actually, what's interesting is that all of you, separately in different answers, have all mentioned the topic of staying strong, not only physically, but also mentally, which is essential in a pandemic like this. Which leads me to my final question to Martina. We spoke earlier in the year about how athletes can handle this pandemic and tips that you had for dealing with those struggling. And I was wondering if over the course of these years, which of those tips have you found the most successful?
I will still stay with my opinion I had in the beginning of the year that mental health is super important for also to bring some performance on the mat. And I think the routine is one of the most important things, and to set goals, to always set new goals, to always find things to work on. Yeah, and stay positive, what Jimmy and all the other ones of you said.
For sure, and I would like to end on that positive note, and thank all of you guys for taking the time to talk to us, and girls as well, Martina. I wish everyone happy and healthy end of the year and holiday season. And we'll see that next year is a very exciting year, and I hope that we can all enjoy it together.
And remember, it's not if it's going to happen, it's when it's going to happen, right, Vlad? So guys, get ready, keep training hard, because it is going to happen. Tokyo 2021, here we come.
Looking forward to seeing all of you very soon in person.
And to everyone watching at home, thanks for tuning in. Stay safe, stay happy, stay healthy, and enjoy the rest of JudoFest.
What a brilliant panel that was. Welcome back to the JudoFest dojo. An amazing day we're having so far. I hope you guys are enjoying it as much as I am. A truly inspirational discussion about Judo for the World. Flavio Canto always blows my mind. A brilliant discussion I had with those judoka earlier on. Teddy's surprise. It's been an awesome day so far. And we wanted to check in on social media to see what you, the Judo family, have been saying. So let's have a look. Sergio Oliveira's written in saying, I congratulate all of you. It was an amazing experience. Well, thank you, Sergio. I'm really glad you're enjoying it. Xavier's written in saying, a clear and exhaustive presentation of the rules. Thank you to Mr. Lascau and Mr. Adams. Well, they were absolutely brilliant, weren't they? Thank you, Xavier. Great job, Flavio from Hasseni. Well, I think everyone agrees with that. Flavio Canto is a true inspiration to us. Antoinette's written in saying, so many years of brilliant experience. Claudia's written in saying, excellent work, Flavio, again. So plenty of love for Flavio Canto. Chris Ty's written in, amazing. Really enjoyed the content so far. Looking forward to more. Well, we've got plenty more for you, Chris. It's not over yet, so stay tuned. Alessandro's written in on Twitter. I think he's very excited because Teddy, as you all heard earlier on, has said he'll be competing at the Masters in January. That is very exciting. We've not got long to wait until then, Alessandro. Birgit's written in, programme for today's JudoFest. Judo for Fred is one of the nominees. Absolutely. Judo for Fred, a brilliant scheme. And good luck to all the nominees in the Judo for Peace Award. Next up, Bala's written in saying, beautiful explanations on the Newaza. That obviously is referring to the rules Q&A that we've just had with Neil Adams and Daniel Lascau. Absolutely brilliant demonstrations and explanations from both of them. Lil's written in saying, I'm especially interested to hear how Olympic judoka have had to change their training regimens as a result of COVID. Absolutely, it's been a huge impact for everyone, but as Teddy rightly said, that extra year makes a huge difference. Judo Jens, perfect flexibility from Uki. I think that's a compliment to Greg Veri, our Uki. He did do a brilliant job. Budia's written in saying, thank you for sharing. Well, thank you for watching, Budia. It's been brilliant for us, and I'm so glad you're enjoying it. Fabian's written in, very good Judo Fest, I love. Well, that says it all, really. Thank you, Fabian. Lucas Correa's written in, Jimmy Pedro is a reference for judo in the Americas. Absolutely, Lucas. He's been doing incredible things during the pandemic. He's a phenomenal coach and an athlete, so he's a role model for us all. Alfred's written in, following from Zambia, All around the world, people are watching JudoFest. That's what this is all about, getting the whole world watching. We're so pleased that you're watching, Alfred. Adam Times, but where is Iliadis? Well, Adam, I can tell you he is up very, very soon. He's waiting in the wings. The Legends panel is not far away. In fact, it is now time for that Legends panel. So I'll hand it over to our next panel, The Future of Judo, with some true judo legends.
Hello and welcome back to JudoFest 2020. It is my pleasure to present the next panel, the next discussion, which is going to be about the future of judo. And I have the honor to be accompanied by some legends of judo, some of my favorite legends of judo as well. My name is Vlad Muranescu. I am the Chief Media Marketing Officer of the International Judo Federation, and I will be the moderator for today's session. Before we begin, I'd like to play you a short video to introduce our legends for today's discussion. Welcome, dear panelists. Thank you so much for taking the time out of your schedules to join us for the JudoFest 2020. And to begin, I'd like to start with a very simple question to start breaking the ice for how did you start judo and why did you start judo? Ingrid?
Well, I was 9 years old and my dad, he would have loved to have two boys, and we were two girls at home. And he wanted to do us, he made us play football before, and then the only sport we could do close to the house where we could go on our own was judo. And it was in the back of this cafe, in this place where people had drinks, and in the back there was a small area where they put some mats, and that's where I started judo. But when I started judo, the whole class where I was at school went with me to do judo.
Fantastic story. Neil, what was your story with starting judo?
Very similar, actually, to Ingrid. My father started as my brother and myself doing judo, and we were I was 7. My brother was 3.5 years older, and just a small little club at the back of a public house, a pub car park, and is a little blue hut. And I remember the first lesson going there, and they taught us how to break fall and how to do ukemi properly. And it was, pretty similar. It just developed, and as we got further and further, as we got a little bit older, 1 year into it, and then we started to learn judo properly. But started when we were very, very young.
Thank you, Neil. Lucy?
To me, I was 6 and I started judo at school, because in France many children start judo at school, and it was very simply I like the sport already, and I continue.
Immediate love. And yes?
Oh, when I started, I think when I was like in 5 years old, in Georgia we have in traditional wrestling, and all kids is fight. So, and one day I was, I was hooligan boy, and when my cousin, is Olympic champion, Zurab Zriadauri. He was a fighter. He was in training. He told me, go and see if you do like, you can start the judo. So when I go in judo dojo first time, I see first time what I like, discipline for kids. That's why when I was outside the street, and when I go in dojo, discipline was so important for me, and that's why I chose nothing, just discipline. Go, I see kids was like, 200 kids was one line and one coach. Oh my God, I say, this is my life. I want to start judo, and I start judo.
And to ask you, Ilias, just continuing on that point, what is your most memorable moment throughout your entire judo career so far?
In my judo career?
Yes.
Too many people ask me in the Olympic Games. Of course, Olympic Games, it's high. Okay, next Olympic Games is finish everything. But, for me, was in Tokyo 2010 World Championships. It was really, it was really great moment, because I have lose 2 finals in the World Champion. And it was also my difficult moment when I start after injury. And he was like my last competition. Before competition, I say, if this competition I get medal, I continue. And I win this World Championships. And this was for me so great moment. And so first thing what I remember in my career, 2010 in Tokyo World Championships.
This is an incredible moment. I remember the I must win. We will get back to that in a second. Ingrid, what was your most memorable moment?
There are so many, and everything is different. I mean, the first time, the last time, in the middle, after injuries. But one competition I will always remember, I think it was in 1984, where I got 2 gold medals in the open category weight division and in my own weight division, where I did all my fights on 2 days. So I think that was a moment where I knew I was really, really good.
Neil, how about you? What was your most memorable moment that stays with you always when you think about judo?
I think I have 2, and I think the first one was when I got my I got my Dan grade first. I was 15 and I got it through the line, and I did all that for me was the most important grade to me. And of course, the second one was when I won the World Championships against Jiro Kase of Japan, and to beat because I always looked up to the Japanese way of doing judo, and that's it stayed with me. And to beat Jiro in the final of the World Championships and to beat him like I did was very memorable for me, and I'll never forget it. Yeah, great moment.
There's a beautiful picture coming from that moment. I remember with a smile on your face, complete smile in the moment of victory.
You get carried away in the moment, and it's a special moment. And of course, it's something that you carry with you forever.
Lucy, how about you? What is your most memorable moment in your judo career or your judo life?
In my judo life at the Olympic Games in London, because when I start my career, I win the Paris tournament in 2001. And after that, I go to Olympic Games in Athens. So in Athens, no medal. After my second Olympic Games in 2008 in Beijing, so the second place. So when I win in the London, it was like, finally, I can win. And it was very, very long. From 2001 to 2012, it was very long. So for me, it was the beautiful memories.
I think also some of my most beautiful memories were watching you and Ilias competing. Unfortunately, I didn't have the chance to watch Ingrid and Neil competing live in that moment because I'm coming only a little bit later in the judo. But judo is not only a sport that is at the elite level and about winning medals. One of the essential components of judo is also the educational values. And I think the application of judo to the education of children to prepare them for the future. So Lucy, to you, I know you're very involved now. What is the best way and what is the benefit of giving judo to the children? How can we give children judo that they love it and it makes them have a better life?
In France, it's since many years judo development of judo in many clubs and in many schools. And with the federation, the French Federation, there is also an event like the one day of French team, where the champion go to the club and to develop judo and to make a good image of judo. And I think that the children, of course, is the future of judo, and you can use the judo for sports, but also for education, because there is a discipline in judo, and also it's when you are children, it's also a game. So it's in France, it's a very good sport for children.
Thank you. Neil, to you, we have undergone a huge development in judo from initiating the World Judo Tour in 2009 for the first time. And we're very fortunate to have you as the voice of judo, of course, commentating from the final blocks on the entire world that's broadcasting judo. We have now judo in 190 countries being broadcasted from the live World Judo Tour. But what I'd like to get your feedback on, in this case, because we're speaking about the future of judo, how do you reflect when you see how judo was before, when there were two events, the World Championship and the Olympic Games? And now when we speak about the athlete having a more professional career, winning prize money and competing constantly in the World Judo Tour, how do you see that change and what do you see for the future?
I see that I think it's changed for the better, because I think, we have great educational values with our sport. Like Lucy said there, we must never lose the educational values that we have. And I think that as a commentator now within the sport, I'm able to, and I have been able to do it for a long time now. I've been able to educate as I commentate. It's something I've got better at as I've gone through the years. I've been doing it for over 35 years now with fighting films, and we've developed together. And I think that it's a great advantage that we have such a professional setup. I mean, it's so professionally done now. Mr. Marius Visa, our president, has done an amazing job to put judo where it is. He had a vision, and he went with the vision. And I think that now that we have the world tour, it has put us on top of the world. And I think that there are a lot of different martial arts out there now that are following our lead. And they see how professional it looks and how professional it's presented. And we are able to present it in such a way that people can understand it. And I think that that's the important thing. But we mustn't, and this is the important thing, that we mustn't lose our values. We must keep our values. And, we've seen just recently how it can be presented onto the world stage, for everybody to see. And, I think that it was a great event. We've just seen one of the greatest events in judo history. And so it can be done, but we must remain with our key values.
And I think the values that you are speaking of and that we learn in judo are some of the strongest assets that differentiate judo from the other sports. Staying true to them and staying true to our tradition while modernizing in a way to deliver judo in the highest quality and in the most exciting fashion to be understood by the mass public will definitely be the way to develop and to attract more practitioners going forward. I would like to ask Ingrid, because I think that with judo, we have different stages. And of course, you mentioned at the beginning when you started judo that you had to go because that was what was there and you loved it. How did judo help you to become the person you are today? How does it help you every day to shine and to be successful and to be who you are?
Well, the very first time when I won the World Championships in New York, I was a very shy person. I was really shy, and when I came back to Belgium, it was a moment where normally they speak a lot of football, and there was no football because it was snowing. So I was in the papers. I was 19 years old, and I was all over in the papers, and I was really surprised with all the reactions of the people. I was walking in the street, everybody was recognizing me, and I was really depressed for 6 months. I didn't want to go out anymore. And then my dad said to me, well, you can choose. Either you stay depressed and you stay bad and you don't want to go out and you want to stay at home, or you stop with judo, or you go on and then you do something with it. So at that moment, I knew I wanted to go further. I didn't want to quit judo. I wanted to go further, and I had to get myself a different discipline against people, because at that time, what we don't remember now is that a woman who was world champion at that time, we were attacked all the time. We went to go to the shop, they said, do you want to fight with me? You want to have a drink? Everybody would fight with you, and you have to change your attitude, because we knew what Neil just said. The values of our sport is not beating somebody up. It's like completely different. And I really had, at 19 years old, I had to cope with that, and it was completely different. And then I had to go also find some training partners. I was tall, I was a heavyweight, so I had to find, I was luckily, I went for some time to England, at the club of Neil, and so I had to take my backpack and go and find the best way to train, and that's to be independent and just go for the best of it.
And they're very lucky, those people, that you were taught the values of judo, or I'm sure they wouldn't have been so happy in their lives after that confrontation.
Maybe, yes. But it was tough.
I can bet. Now we have the beneficial concept, and not concept, but implementation of judo, that women and men are equal. We have the same number of divisions in all the championships in the Olympic Games. We have the same number of prize money for both men and women. We truly empower women. I think at the same time, women in judo are empowered by learning judo and the values of judo in their day-to-day life. But I think you know more about that with Lucy.
First time I went to Japan, I was supposed to go with Robert van der Wallen, the other Belgian judo player who was Olympic champion in Moscow. Well, and we had to go together, but he came like 4 or 5 days later. And I went on the mat every day for 2 hours and a half, and nobody would fight with me. And they only would say to me, you have to go to a different university because the women are over there, and they were training katas and so. But I didn't want to do kata. So I stayed on the mat 2 hours and a half, and everybody goes, no. Nobody would fight me. I stayed for 3 or 4 days. And then the first day, Robert came to the training, and he said, what's happening here? No, you're going to work well with Ingrid. And that's how they started to fight with me, but like a woman, And if I only did a small thing and they fell on the bump, not on the shoulders, but on the bump, they sent me somebody stronger and stronger until they cleaned the mat with me. So the only thing I did was get up and go like, again. That's what I remember from my first training camps in Japan, though.
Fantastic memories. Ilias, I remember your famous saying, I must win. You are Olympic champion, you're world champion, you're Grand Slams champion, Grand Prix. You're a judo legend as an athlete, as you are also now the head coach of the Uzbekistan national team. How did it change for you from I must win to we must win, to be a coach and go to the next phase of the career?
Oh my God, it's really difficult. It's not different. Sorry, it's really different when I must win and when we must win. So when you are athletes, it depends just you, me, and now when you are coach, you share all team, all country. You are to face the country. You share in the flag of Uzbekistan, and you share in all athletes. And you every moment, every day, every minute, you must think. What your athletes feeling, how they feeling, how you sleep, how you eat, everything you must feeling, your athletes. But it's interesting. I like this. It's like passion, Every day when I wake up, I want to go in dojo and see my athletes. How they having motivation, how they feeling. He's good. He smile. He's crying. Every day I'm interesting, and every day go with new energy and new passion. It's really different, and I like this one, and I love this job.
Very happy to hear that. To Ingrid and Lucy, I think I've done martial arts my whole life, and martial arts is what's made me who I am as a person. I feel I carry it with me from the dojo to the boardroom and everywhere in between. And I feel that for women, especially today, martial arts is a fantastic education and physical and mental preparation to empower them in their day-to-day lives. Can you share with me how you feel about women in judo, and how can we get more women in judo, even making every woman on the planet learn some judo at one point in their life?
Women in judo, especially in France, it's very big because there is many young girls practicing judo, and I think that now the big champions they are women in France, and so it's very helping the development of women judo in France, and there is many action in France to help women judo to progress and to develop, and I think especially in France the situation for the women in judo it's very, very good.
I think also when a woman does judo or girl, she gets more confident, and I think what's happening in the world, because I'm not a feminist, because a feminist is too far for me. Even I did, my father let me do some things boys were supposed to do. But I think also that women who feel a little bit stronger in their head and doing something where they can use their bodies, and I will not say really defend everything against everything, but they got more confident, and I think they can go further anywhere in the work, in the education of their children, against bad people and against everything that's happening in the world, I think.
It's definitely a very difficult moment for the humanity with the COVID crisis here to stay mentally healthy and physically healthy when you're restricted on where you can go and how you can go. And I know that judo has been affected. We have had some other panels today which have been talking about how Jimmy Pedro was saying that now the judo is developing and it's evolving to be not only a competition sport with someone else, but doing techniques even alone and practicing techniques alone to apply later in the dojo. Neil, to you, what do you think is the future of judo in the COVID pandemic? But not only, how can judo evolve to really be applicable to everyone in the world, to attract them before even they get to have their first randori?
I think that this year has been a very special year, hasn't it, for everybody, in as that we all wondered what it would be like to have, it was going to be possible to have dojo to dojo. me doing a seminar and being able to go into Brazil or into Australia or New Zealand or, to the other end of the world, and to be able to be inside somebody else's dojo. We always knew that was possible. And I remember coming up to, about 18 months ago, we thought, well, we're going to build a small dojo studio so that we could do this. And then, of course, COVID happened, and the reality of the whole thing came very, very quickly. And so all of a sudden, we were going into individual houses, first of all, because people weren't allowed into the dojos. And so we were doing things to do with movement and balance and just keeping everybody moving, and to do it in the right way, because our main aim when we were doing this was to really get people to, if they were going to stay moving, then to do it in a really good way. And if they were going to do skills, judo skills with elastics and different things like that, then do it properly. Let's do this properly. And I think from a mental perspective as well, from a psychological point of view, it was let's get everybody and keep everybody moving, and to keep everybody healthy physically and mentally. So it started in the homes, and now in the United States, for example, they're allowed into the dojos, and obviously with distancing, but we've done some dojo to dojos. We've just done a very successful one just a couple of weeks ago. There were 160, I think, on one particular call that we did into the United States. So it's something that's opened up, it's changed, So, but what I am saying is that if we're going to do it, then we need to do it, with good instruction, and we need to do it right. If we're going to do it, let's do it with really good quality and make sure that everybody benefits.
Absolutely agree. And technology is definitely playing an important role to be able to connect the world without traveling. We've seen it now in the current pandemic, how we can communicate with other dojos. And I've seen Neil present in other countries when he's home in the studio showing certain things. Judo has been developing and becoming globalized. Judo was founded by Professor Jigoro Kano in Japan. And Ilias, I want to ask you, and maybe also Lucy, because you have been competing on the highest level in the transition moment when the new rules came with no leg grabbing, when Japan used to be very dominant, and today we have 200 national federations, more than 200 national federations, and contenders all around the world to take titles from all different countries. How do you think, Lucy and Ilias, the judo has been changing and has been becoming more global? What gave more of a chance to other countries to come to the top sphere and to be good competitors?
Lucy? I hear the Lucy. First start, Lucy, please. Respect, ladies.
I think that what give more chances for the other country, it's maybe the training camp, because before, when I was athlete, we go to other country, but it was not organized like now with the IJF and the training camp. There is many training camp, and many small countries can go to other country to train. So I think it's a very good chance for this country, and for the judo and the different rules. I think that when the new rules start, many people think that like a Georgian team or many athletes will not win because they go to the leg. But we see that every judoka adapting to the new rules, and now many countries and many styles of judo can win.
I'm agree with the coach about training camp, about IJF tours. It's I want to say thank you very much, like person, like athletes from IJF, all IJF team, because I remember when I was athlete, 2000 until 2008, 2007. Okay, after Beijing, it started IJF tour. Before it was like all tournaments was like 5-6 tournaments, all years, and 2 years, 1 time world championships. And now we have like 20 tournaments altogether. Okay, it is first things, and second things, I don't think about myself. For me it was really difficult, new rules. Okay, but for young athletes, for new generation, it's easy for they, and that's why we having the grow up judo around the world. Before Nelly, he can also agree with me. Was like Japan, Korea, Russian, Georgian, French, like 8 countries to say, okay, it's really fight wasn't good. But now every country have best judoka. This is, result for new rules. And that's why I appreciate who work about these new rules, who do these new rules. This is not just for me, this is for judo. And appreciate really all teams and all coaching who thinks on new rules.
Thank you. About the new rules, if you could change going into the next 10 years, what would be the next rules that you would implement in judo that you think would make it more dynamic, faster, while maintaining the values of judo? This is an open question to all of our panelists.
That people can always say, we want, I've heard people say we want to go back to how it was, with the new rules and as to the old rules. But, in the olden days, we had 30, 40-minute contests with somebody attacking once every minute or once every 30 seconds. And, do we want it to go back to that? Not really. But, we want to see more dynamic judo. And I think that as long as we keep, whatever happens, we need to keep the ippon as the main objective, because people want to see a knockout in boxing. We want to see good ippons. And so we need to encourage that. And I think that we need to encourage that through good technique, not just being able to win on minor scores or minor judo and smaller scores, so I think that as long as we encourage that all the time, and you might say, well, okay, so we've got now the wazari or the values of the wazari and the ippon are different, but the point is that before we were quite happy to have the koka, and then we were going to introduce kinza as well, and then we said, well, that's not the way to go, so we're going to change that. And actually what we've done is simplified it now. And as you've just heard there from 2 of the greatest judokas in the world there, Ilias and Lucy, they said the best fighters adapt like that. They can adapt, we can adapt. And I think that as long as we keep the values of judo, like Ingrid said there, we keep the values, we keep the main objective as scoring ippon, then we're on the right track.
When we talk about rules, I was in judo like 40 years ago. When I listened, like when they talked to 2008, 2012, I said, "Ooh, I was there for a lot. It was a long time I was there." And there are a big difference, but I think it's what Neil says, that the ippon is really what we wanted to do, and we need to have this. Like he said, we had fights where every 30 seconds somebody was doing an attack, and they should do change everything. That people need to have a very good condition and very good skills, and try to change and adapt to everything what they do. We have to do with all the times what's happening, Corona. It's important to change. Judo is the same, part of life.
I think that we can simplify judo for the penalties, because in judo there is, I think, too many penalties. Maybe 15 way to to have penalty is too much for people who look judo. There is no attack, there is grip, there is this. Maybe it's possible to simplify and less penalties. Maybe it will be more dynamic and more judo.
And I say we can't go behind, we can continue and stand up and grown up. So, new rules, I can't say what we can change because, what I want to change, because I remember my judo style was old style. Now it's coming young generation. We must ask young generation how they feel. Understand? That's why my style was old style. With two hands grip. Broke with two hands. But now new generation, we don't fight. They fight. So I want to say we can't go behind. Continue and grow up.
Let's go forward. I can tell you that from the broadcasting point of view, we've been working very, very hard to be able to show to the public judo in the best possible way. I think all of you saw in the World Championship the 360-degree replay, which was one of the most viewed replays in all of the internet broadcasts that were made. And by showing judo in the most beautiful way, while having rules that are easy to understand, and I've had this experience while speaking to sponsors and partners of the IJF, explaining to them what they're watching. Definitely when I was explaining this to them in 2009, it took me 10 minutes to explain and took them 3 days to understand. And now when we speak about the Budapest Championship, I had the opportunity to talk about judo to the CEO of Huawei in Hungary. 10 seconds I explained to him, and he understood in 20 seconds to be able to enjoy the judo. So agree on the simplification in order to modernize in the way that we can attract the interest of the public. And Ilias said something about the future of judo, about the youth that are now competing. So I'd like to ask our panelists, who do you think in today's World Judo Tour can be the next legends of judo, like you are?
Oh my God! Always, judo. It's really which category? Okay, I can't say. Okay, we have living legend now, Teddy Riner. It's Teddy Riner. It's face to judo. Okay, it's finished. For me, Teddy Riner, it's face to judo. It's judo for today. Because also around the world they know who is in Teddy Riner, it's and appreciate Teddy Riner. But also in Japan we have in Abe, we have Marayama. In Europe we have Clarice, woman. Okay, it's really famous. Not just judo. Around old sport. Okay, we can't say just judo. It's legend. I see. Teddy Riner around the sport, it's legend, okay? Not just judo, of course, in judo. And Clarice, legend. And Kelmenti is not just legend. He's first Olympic champion in the new country. So, new legend is coming Abe now. It's, Daria, Beloaded. Too many legends we have. But for me, for today, really legend is Teddy Riner. For me, okay?
Interestingly enough, one of the most viewed amateur videos on the internet filmed in the Kodokan is of the randori between you and Teddy, Ilias. I think it's one of the most viewed amateur taken phone videos on the internet about judo. But I have to agree with you. Lucy, Ingrid?
I agree. I mean, he was... it's incredible the kind of judo he did in the weight category he is. So I think that nobody can go around Teddy, and I think he's the one most people who knew a little bit of judo knows. So I think he's the one.
Lucy?
Yes, of course Teddy Riner, because now it's big legend in judo, in sports in general, and he's very good style, very good judo style, 10 times world champion. So yeah, Teddy Riner.
Yeah, well, you have everybody on that panel there. They're all legends, And what Teddy Riner, they're talking about the great Teddy Riner, and he is great. And what makes them very, very special, all of you, is that it's not only about winning a world title or an Olympic title. It's about how you present yourselves and how you present your sport, and also the fact that each one of you has been there for almost a decade, if not a decade. You've been there for many times. It's not just winning it once, it's doing it again and again and again. And that's the most difficult thing, because when you become world champion, you become a target. And, you've all mentioned Teddy, and during the commentaries that I do, and I've commentated all of you, Ingrid, you and I, like you said, you came to the club and you trained with me over many years. And Ilias, you don't know it, but Ilias is my new training partner. We meet at every hotel. And he's my new training partner.
I miss you, my partner.
And me too, Ilias. Me too, my friend. Anyway, so these people here are absolute legends, because and they're the true champions. So our future new champion is somebody that it's not just about winning a world title or Olympic title, but it's whether they're going to be there and whether they're going to be there in 10 years' time, because that's what makes it great.
I think that I have to agree with all of you. For me, a legend is not only about your performance in the sport and on the tatami, it's about your performance off the tatami as well, and how you use your charm and your heroism to motivate and inspire the youth to start that sport, look up to you, and be motivated to practice. So, we're nearing the end of our panel. We can talk for hours and hours, I think, with you as the panelists. It's my pleasure to discuss as much, but I'd like to close with one advice to the future of judo, one advice to the kids maybe who are starting judo, or to trainers, or to dojos, or to the legends of judo. So if we can end with all of you giving one advice from your experience and from your passion to somebody who's doing judo, I think it'll be a beautiful ending to this symphony. Who would like to start?
I will start. I think the most important, that's what I see in the club in front of my fitness club, that the parents, if they put the kids in judo, because we also, like Neil said, we start from the youngest are between 3 and 5 years, that the parents just put children in sports and in judo to enjoy and not think they can be the next world champion. I mean, they first have to enjoy the sports and then they can go further. But some people, they go and they put their son in tennis or football, and they're behind, they say, you have to do more, you have to do more. Let them enjoy and let them learn a lot of, like we said, all the values we learn, and then maybe he's going to go in competition. Competition is not the top, the doing something. There's so many people doing sports that's more important than thinking maybe he's going to be a champion. Let him enjoy.
Very well said. Ilias?
Nelly, it's your turn.
It's me. You want me to say?
Yeah, of course.
Okay. Well, for me, it's very similar to Ingrid. I think it's very important to learn the values. So whatever club that you go to learn the values of our sport, and to learn how to do the sport properly. So get a good instructor, because then your career will last so much longer, and every one of these great champions that we have here, and if you have a look at the great champions, they have great technique. They're able to do the sport properly, and they have a great understanding of the sport. So if you're going to learn how to do it, not to just learn how to fight, learn how to do it properly, and to learn the values of the sport so that we can pass it on.
Thank you, Neil. Lucy, and we end with us.
The passion of judo, the love of judo, the motivation is the most important things for for players. And for me, I think that the to share judo and the transmission, it's a very important thing. And for me, it's really important to share judo and to give a very good transmission and share the passion of judo with other people.
Last but not least, Ilya.
So I want to, beginning I say, Nelly was my, I grew up to watching video to Nelly Adams and hear voice Nelly Adams. I remember it's same voice. So that's why now we are me, the coach, Lucy, we are to young generation, young athletes to motivation and face to judo now for young. I am sure too many women grew up to watching Lucy because, and also for me, and I continue again to give something small young generation like Nelly Adams give me like motivation and love to judo.
I would like to thank our panelists. I think it was a privilege for us to watch you over the years participating in judo, to see your passion and to see you inspire the next generations, the future of judo. I would like to also, of course, thank all of the Judo family who's watching here today. This is the JudoFest 2020. We have the awards coming up soon. And I think that it's only by being united and together through our passion for judo that we can attract more people to our community and really let them learn from the values and the physical and mental aspects of our sport to be better humans. So thank you all for watching. Have a great day, Jack.
Thank you. I miss you guys.
Thank you.
I miss you.
Miss you too. It's a privilege. A privilege.
Bye-bye. See you in Doha in Master.
Dear Judo family, welcome to the 2020 Judo Awards ceremony during the first ever JudoFest. JudoFest has celebrated judo around the world. This event demonstrates that we are more than a sport community, we are a family, a movement, and a culture of values that made us stronger and more united this year. Today, you have heard athletes share their experience preparing for next year, how the Judo family has led the way for other sports to organize events safely during a pandemic, how judo can be used as a tool to reconstruct societies, and finally, you heard the legend of our sport talk about where they see judo developing in the future. Before we begin our awards ceremony, I would like to thank the people who made JudoFest happen. Today could not have been possible without our wonderful athletes, coaches, media partners, sponsors, staff, and you, our judo family. Thank you for giving your time, efforts, dedication, and passion to make this event a success. We especially would like to thank our partners, OTP Bank, Herend, Athena, Impulse, and Taishan. Thank you. Time to begin the award ceremony. Hajime.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the inaugural online Judo Awards. A huge thank you to IJF President Mr. Marius Fizzer for those inspirational words. What a day we've had at JudoFest. It's been incredible, full of laughter, learning, connecting judoka all over the planet. And now it's time to honour some exceptional members of the Judo family. Tonight we have 9 awards, 5 of which have been voted on by you, the judo public. And it's with one of those 5 that we start now. The first award for the inaugural Judo Awards is the Coaching Achievement Award. This recognises the determination and grit, the person behind the player, the person helping their athlete reach new heights. So, the nominations for Coaching Achievement are Oren Smadja, Israel. Ezio Gamba, Russia. Labi Benbadou, France. Svetlana Kuznetsova, Ukraine. Kosei Inui, Japan. 5 outstanding coaches, but only one can take home the award. So, the winner of the Coaching Achievement Award for 2019-2020 is Kosei Inui. Unfortunately, Inui-sensei can't join us this evening, but he has sent us this message of thanks.
Dear Judo family, the coronavirus has put the world in period of worry and uncertainty. I hope that the situation improves quickly so we can return to our normal lives. I'm very happy and honored to receive this award from the World Judo Fans. I consider this award not just for myself, but all of the Japanese judokas, coaches, and staff. I will work hard to meet the expectations of this award. Next year is the Tokyo Olympic Games. We are all in difficult situation, but let us not forget the spirit of Seiroku Zenyo and Jita Kyoei. The World Judo family will unite at the Olympics and deliver hope, courage, friendships, dreams, and peace to the world. I look forward to seeing you soon. Bye-bye.
Congratulations again to Kose Inui. Inui-sensei mentioned there the judo values, and those values play a huge part in our next award. So, to present that award, I'd like to welcome IJF Media and Judo for Peace Director, Mr. Nicholas Messner.
Thank you very much, Jack, and I'm really happy to see you again here for the Judo for Peace Award. It's an important award for the IJF. You know, we are always talking about the sports dimension of judo, but we have a massive educational and development aspect. And Judo for Peace is a project that has been running for many years within the international judo community, and that's why also we wanted to have an IJF Judo for Peace Award because it means and it represents a lot for the programs running on the field, but also for the beneficiaries of all those programs throughout the planet, and that's why we really wanted to have that today. So now we're gonna introduce the nominees for that award, so for the Judo for Peace Award. So we have the program in Malawi, which started 2 years ago with refugees in the Lascau refugee camp. So it's a young program, but it's running really well thanks to the Malawi Judo Federation. We have Judo for Fred for Norway, run by the Norwegian Judo for Fred committee and running in Afghanistan. That's the main project and also massive initiatives for many years. Judo for Peace South Africa with Roberto Orlando, who was already on the panel discussion about Judo for the World. And that's a program run by the IJF on the field with refugees being the beneficiaries. The oldest refugee programs led by the IJF is the Kids program in South Turkey on the Syrian border, and we have thousands of kids that went through the program. And last but not least, the Judo for Peace and Judo for Refugee program in Zambia, in Meheba refugee camp, which is a really successful one. So those are the 5 nominees for our Judo for Peace Award. And it was really a difficult choice, and we don't want to give one and not the other ones because everyone deserves it. But the International Judo Federation decided that the winner of the Judo for Peace Award this year would be the Judo for Fred program led from Norway. And I give the floor to Birgit to have a first reaction.
Thank you. That was really a big surprise and a very big honor. Thank you. And I have to say it's not me. It's a really big team effort, and especially the people in Afghanistan. They're the real heroes.
So it's a program that you've been running for many years now. When did it start and how did it start?
We started in 2002, just right after the fall of Taliban, and it was a Norwegian diplomat who is also an Olympian, he started working at the embassy in Kabul. His name is Stig Tråvik, and he started training judo, and he started a program at an orphanage. All the little boys got their yellow belt, and their sisters also wanted to train judo, but they were not allowed to be trained by male trainers. So Stig invited the female instructors from Norway, and I was one of the lucky ones.
You were one of the lucky ones to go to Norway,
Yeah.
yes?
Yes, so I went there, and after that we were a group of judokas in Norway who started really the Judo for Fred or Judo for Peace project, and we have been running now for 18 years.
So congratulations once again. We're really happy that this year you win the Judo for Peace, the IJF Judo for Peace Award. Once again, congratulations to you and to all the team that has been working non-stop for many years in Norway and in Afghanistan, of course, from Norway in Afghanistan.
Yes. Thank you very much.
So that was the IJF Judo for Peace Award. We're really happy about the result. And now, Jack, I pass the floor back to you so you can keep going with the IJF Awards 2020. Thank you very much and enjoy the rest of the year. Bye.
Thank you, Nico. Thank you very much. So let's keep things moving. We move now to our third award of the evening, the IJF National Federation Sponsor Project Award. To talk about that award, I'd like to welcome Grace Goulding, the IJF Media Rights and Broadcasting Manager. Thank you for joining me, Grace.
Thank you, Jack. It's nice to see you.
Nice to see you too. Where are you joining us from?
I'm joining you today from a very chilly Washington, D.C.
Fantastic. I will let you take it away with our next award.
Thank you, Jack. As Jack mentioned, a lot of national federations around the world have found creative and inspiring ways to reach the judo community through this pandemic and increase the participation of judo in their countries. We wanted to mention one federation in particular, the German Judo Federation, along with their cooperation with Aktion Mensch for their Judo For All project, which aimed at enabling self-determined and equal participation in judo for people with disabilities all across Germany. They used creative methods such as judo with dolls, online training, and judo demonstrations without contact, really bringing together the German judo community and demonstrating that, you know, we are stronger together and demonstrating just how enriching diversity in the sport can be. It's exactly this kind of forward thinking that makes them so deserving of this award. Congratulations to you guys for your inspiring work.
Absolutely, Grace. Before I let you go, I believe there is also another very special award that you'd like to announce.
That's right, Jack. Earlier in the program, I had the honor of speaking to a certain Olympic champion, for those of you that remember, to whom I would like to give this next very special award.
2020 has been a challenging year for everyone. Judo family members around the world have done all they can to support their communities, demonstrating the true values of judo. The International Judo Federation wants to recognize one special individual who has given her time, energy, and talents to help her community and save lives. Throughout the year, Paula Pareto has put her life in danger, not just to help those who are suffering, but to actually save lives. The IJF is pleased to award Paula Pareto the first ever annual Community Hero Award for outstanding courage and solidarity. Congratulations, Paula.
Sí, no, la verdad que bueno, un gran honor para mí recibir esta clase de premios. Creo que héroes hay muchos y que bueno, que ustedes en particular crean que yo pueda ser uno me llena de orgullo. Les agradezco profundamente y creo que sí fue en pos a todo lo que fue el año de la pandemia y tal vez influyó mucho el que yo sea médica en este premio, así que con todo el equipo médico con el que trabajo siempre, que tal vez reciban otros muchos premios, pero creo que eso, ¿no? Valorar el trabajo que se hace día a día en el hospital, no solo en pandemia, sino siempre, así que les agradezco que valoren eso y elijo compartirlo con el equipo de médicos que me ayudan todos los días a crecer también. Así que nada, les agradezco de corazón porque son cosas que la verdad que no me las esperaba y que es lindo que lo puedan reconocer en un ámbito que no es justamente el médico, que en este caso es el ámbito deportivo, el ámbito del judo, así que se los agradezco y bueno, elijo compartirlo con mis colegas médicos.
Congratulations again, Paula Pareto. What an amazing role model for everyone. Now I pass it back to Jack in the studio.
Thank you, thank you. Hopefully see you a bit later on this evening.
Looking forward to it.
Brilliant. So, now to our next award of the evening, the Judo for Children Award. The nominations for the Judo for Children Award are Ruben Haukas and Ziggy Tabachnik, School Judo NL. Flavio Canto, Instituto Reosão. Saso Shindic and Michal Kosac, Mala Sola Juda. Kirill Denisov, Ichiban. The French Federation, Mercredi de l'Équipe de France. So, to present the Judo for Children Award, I would like to welcome Leandra Freitas from the IJF Judo for Children Commission.
Oh, hello Jack. Hi everybody. I hope you are all enjoying the JudoFest 2020. I'm very happy to be here to announce this beautiful award of Judo for Children. I just want to say that all the nominees are winners. They are all doing an amazing job with children in their projects. But unfortunately, we can only have one winner. And the winner of the Judo for Children Award 2019-2020 is Flávio Canto, Instituto Reação.
Oh my God. Oh my God.
Congratulations.
I wasn't expecting this. What an honor, especially being among people I admire so much. Thank you very much. I don't even know what to say. I wasn't expecting it, for real. It's been a long journey. We've been doing this for the last 20 years. It's the best part of my life, the best part of my coach's life, Geraldo Bernardes. I'd like to, if I could, dedicate to him. I think he's the one who taught me everything, and he's the one that runs the Olympic program we have in the Institute. It's a program we have so that the young kids, they can believe in themselves. We have kids from different favelas from Rio and Brazil, and it's very important to have our champions made inside Reação so that they understand that they can be whatever they want to be. I think judo is what we have, the spirit of Jirakiyoe in everything we do. We try to tell them the importance of paying forward everything they get, and this is what my friends that are over here, they do every day in their projects, and we try to do over here as well. Judo is one big family, and we have the values, the moral code, and I think Jigoro Kano would be very proud with the things we've been all doing. It's been, well, I just have to thank him, thank the Japanese culture that brought us judo, and we're trying to give back what we had, what we learned. Thank you so much for everyone, and it's an amazing honor. I'm thrilled, really. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Flávio. Thank you to all the nominees. You are all doing an amazing job in all the projects. And now we are back to Jack for the next award.
Thank you, Leandra. Congratulations, Flavio. So, now we come to our next award, the Rising Star Award for the 2019-2020 season. This award indicates the judoka that's been voted by you, the public, as the next big star in international judo. To be honest with you, all 5 of our nominees are huge, huge talents which are already emerging on the world scene, but you had to choose your rising star for 2019-2020. So let's take a look at the nominees. Tato Grigolashvili of Georgia, winner of the Dusseldorf Grand Slam in 2020 and the European Championships this year as well. Manuel Lombardo of Italy. In 2019, he won the Tel Aviv Grand Prix, the Abu Dhabi Grand Slam, and the World Masters, while also taking a 5th place at the World Championships. Patricia Sampaio of Portugal took bronzes in both Tbilisi and Marrakesh, bronze in Tel Aviv in 2020, and 5th at the World Championships in Tokyo in 2019. Andrea Stoyadinov had an incredible end to 2020, with a bronze medal at the Hungary Grand Slam and a silver medal at the European Championships. And Shireen Bouclé of France became European champion in 2020, whilst also taking the gold medal at the Dusseldorf Grand Slam. So before I announce the winner of the Rising Star Award, I think we should just quickly take a moment to speak to each of our nominees. So, first I'll come to you, Patricia. How does it feel to be nominated for the Rising Star Award this year?
Actually, I felt really surprised when I knew, and really honored to be nominated with those amazing athletes by my side. I'm going through a hard time. I didn't go to Europeans. I'm not going to Masters, and I don't know when I will fight again. So it was some kind of motivation for me to be nominated with them. It was really good.
Fantastic. And Andrea, for you, it was an incredible end to 2020 with so many medals. How was it for you when you found out you were nominated for this award?
Well, it was like really nice surprise, especially because I didn't expect any of this. And then I just had people in the morning messaging me, "Oh, I voted for you." And I was like, "What? Where did you vote?" And then when I saw it, I was like really honored to be among all the people. Because it was like really difficult year with Corona and everything, and I ended up really well doing it this year. It was the most successful year for me, but still really difficult. So it means a lot just to see my name among all those.
Manuel, you've had an amazing 2019. Tell us about your thoughts on being nominated for this award.
Yes, I had a good 2019, but I had also a bad 2020, and there was few moments good in the judo year, and this is one of them. This is one good thing, and I want to thank all my supporters, and I would like to repay the support next year, the Olympic year.
Shireen, an amazing 2020 for you with Dusseldorf and the Europeans. Tell us what it feels like to be a nominee in this amazing category.
I'm very happy to be nominated. I'm very surprised because this year's it was amazing, but for awards, I'm surprised and honored. And with this difficult years with Corona and I was to be here, it's just amazing for me.
Fantastic. And Tato, for you, it's been a year very similar to Shireen's actually, with gold in Dusseldorf and gold at the Europeans. Tell us about your thoughts on being nominated.
For me, best moment for me is the final of the European Championships when I become European champion.
Fantastic. Thank you, Tato. So, ladies and gentlemen, I am now going to announce the winner of the Rising Star Award for 2019-2020.
Ciao.
The award goes to Tato Grigolashvili of Georgia, the current European champion and the Dusseldorf Grand Slam winner from 2020. Tato, how do you feel?
Thank you very much. I am very, very happy. Special thanks to all my fans, especially in Georgia. It's a big motivation for me, and thank you very much. It's good.
Congratulations, Tato. Congratulations. So, the Rising Star for 2019-2020 has been crowned. And now to our next award of the evening, the Male Judoka of the Year for the 2019-2020 seasons. The nominees are Lukumi Chukvimiani of Georgia, Lukas Kapalek of the Czech Republic, Jorge Fonseca of Portugal, Sagimuki of Israel. Shohei Ono, Japan. So, the winner of the Male Judoka of the Year for the 2019-2020 seasons is Lukumi Chukvimiani. Lukumi, congratulations. You are the Male Judoka of the Year. How do you feel?
Hello everybody. Greetings from Georgia. It is big honor for me that I became the world best male judoka. Thanks to all my supporters, especially in Georgia. I am very happy for me. Most important are the titles. In 2021, I am going to camping out at all major events, European Championships, World Championships and Olympic Games. Main goal is Olympic Games, but also I will fight for the best results at the European and World Championships. Thank you everybody, thank you IJF, thank you all, Merry Christmas and Happy New Year.
Thank you very much, Lukumi. Congratulations, a huge achievement.
Thank you very much.
Another award for Georgian Judo. A great evening they're having. But let's move on to our next award. Moving directly from our best male judoka to our best female judoka of the 2019-2020 season. And I would like to welcome back IJF Media Rights and Broadcasting Manager Grace Goulding. Welcome back, Grace.
Thank you, Jack. What an exciting day it's been. And it's my absolute honor to be able to present this next award for the best female judoka of 2019 to 2020. And the nominees are Daria Villadid of Ukraine, Abu Dhabi Grand Slam Champion 2019, European Champion 2019, World Champion 2019, and Paris Gold in 2020. Sonia Akira of Japan, 2019 World Champion and Osaka Grand Slam Champion, selected as the first member of the Japanese Olympic team. Abe Uta of Japan, defending a World Championship title in 2019 and taking gold in Düsseldorf in 2020. Krista Deguchi of Canada, 2019 World Champion as well as Montreal Grand Slam gold, starting her year off with the Grand Slam gold in Paris. And Clarice Agbegnani, World and European Champion 2019-2020, as well as Paris Grand Slam Champion 2019-2020. And the award for Best Female Judoka of the Year 2019 to 2020 goes to Daria Villadid. Congratulations, Daria.
Thank you so much. It's really a big result for me because these 5 judokas are very strong and the best in the world. And for me, it's a big honor to win this nomination.
Daria, what was your favorite moment from the past year?
From 2020?
From 2019 to 2020.
Of course, 2019 it was a gold medal in Tokyo at the World Championship because it's the biggest result in this year. So I have a very good memory.
Well, Daria, you've had a fantastic 2 years, and the Judo family agrees with me. As you know, the award was voted on by the Judo family. So I want to just say congratulations and thank you for voting.
Thank you so much.
Daria, when will we see you next? Will we see you in Doha Masters?
Yes, I hope. I'm preparing. I do training, so I hope I will come to Masters.
Excellent, Daria. Congratulations. And I hope you have a great rest of the year and see you soon in Doha.
See you soon. Good luck for you.
And now I send it back to Jack in the official JudoFest dojo. Thank you, Jack.
Thank you, Grace. Thank you, Grace. What a brilliant moment there for Daria Biladid. So, now we come to our final award of the evening. It's the one that I've been most excited about all day. It is time to announce the winner of the Best Ippon from the 2019-2020 season. We have 5 incredible Ippons for you to choose from. You've been voting so much for this award. Let's have a look and remind ourselves the nominations for Best Ippon. Guakdong Han's Tayatoshi. Odette Jafrida's Diashi Barai. Sagimuki's Sodi Tsurikomigoshi. Yoko Ono's Ippon Seoinage. And Shadi El Nahas's Utsuri Goshi. Good for you, Tony? So, an incredible 5 Ippons there for you guys to have chosen from. And after all the votes have been counted, we have narrowed it down to our top 3. We have a final 3 for this award. So can I introduce to you, please, our 3 finalists for Ippon of the Year. Sagimuki, Odette Jafrida, and Shadi El Nahas. Sagi, I'll come to you first. Tell us about Sodi Tsurikomigoshi. It's a technique we've seen you do so many times, but this one was so special.
Yes, this one also was home Israel, in front of all the girls that go with me all the way. Owen teach me the soda, the classy one, from like the Japanese does, and I took it to my side and combined the leg and the hip, and I know which one to use when the opponent had it resist, and in the final to do it front of 5,000 Israelis that come to cheers me, make it so amazing, and you saw that on the video.
Absolutely, an incredible Ippon. Odette, I'll come to you next. We've seen you do some incredible pieces of Ashiwaza over the years, but this one at a World Championships. Tell us about that one.
Yes, the Ashibarai is my favorite technique, and I love it because the feeling I have when I go, and this one was really special. It's something that you really feel your opponent for, and it's special. It was a great technique, great day. Also, if I didn't arrive the medal, I will always remember it.
Fantastic. And Shadi, come to you next. Just like Sagi, perform that technique in front of your home crowd. Tell us about it. Switching hips with Tsurigoshi, something you're becoming famous for. Tell us about that technique.
Yeah, well, I always grew up with big hips, so I kind of started to utilize that to my advantage, and then it just became something natural for me to try to go for a Tsurigoshi, and it's been working, so that's good. Yeah, but it's always been a big throw, and I love throwing big, and you can see with the emotions with the crowd, there was an insane moment, probably my top favorite moment.
So, 3 amazing Ippons, but as with every award, there can only be one winner. So, I can now announce that the winner of the Best Ippon for the 2019-2020 season is Sagi Muki for his incredible Soli Tsuriko Migoshi at the Tel Aviv Grand Prix. Sagi, tell us, you've won, you were the best Ippon to round off an incredible day of JudoFest. How does it feel?
Wow, it feels amazing. First of all, thank you for everyone to vote me and to choose me for the best Ippon. Also to be near Odette and Shadi, top world judokas. So it's very exciting for me. And to be chosen, it's also a big pride for the Israelis. And I hope that we can see more and more Israelis also in the next years. I'm very excited.
Congratulations, Sagi. Incredible
Thank you.
Result for you there. Incredible day of JudoFest and incredible awards. It's been a fantastic day. I hope you've all enjoyed watching it with us. And we hope to see you again very soon. The World Judo Tour starts back again in the Masters in Doha. And we look forward to every one of the Judo family being there with us as Judo gets back underway for 2022. And we can start maybe finding some nominations for the Judo Awards next year. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And let's round it out with one last look at that incredible winning Ippon from Sagi Muki. A simply outstanding Ippon to bring the Judo Awards and JudoFest to a close. Thank you everybody for joining us today, and I'd now like to pass over to Mr. Marius Visser, the President of the IJF, to bring this whole event to a close.
Thank you for your participation in the awards and JudoFest, as well as celebrating our winners tonight. On behalf of the International Judo Federation, I would like to congratulate all the nominees and thank you all for voting around the world. We prove once again that we are stronger together. We hope that you enjoy JudoFest, wishing you to have a safe and healthy end of the year and looking forward to seeing you in January for the Doha Masters.